the numbers fly. Checking the charts, midnight glory, heartbeat thumping, another story. Green and red, flashing voices loud, future kings standing on their throne. Checking the charts with their AI, up we go, reaching for the sky. Every trade home never dies, on the edge as the numbers fly. Checking the charts, and checking the charts, midnight glory. Sanctuary in all its blending, mind on fire, never ending. Dreams of gold, relentless fight, push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night. Push on through the endless night.
Howdy friends, what's up and welcome to the live stream, guys. Y'all miss me? Feels like it's been a hot minute here. Howdy. Hello friends. First and foremost, as always, welcome to the stream. Subscribe to the channel, hit the like button. Get those likes going off. We'll do a giveaway as we always do. Missed you too? Oh, I missed you too. Good to see you guys. All right, let me get all loaded up here. I've been enjoying myself. The holiday was cool. I would have streamed yesterday. However, you know, I usually stream holidays, right? But good form, markets are rational outside of DD bands and no equities open. We're not going to have liquidity maps or nothing to play with. So good forms to sit out, do nothing. So I didn't do anything. Didn't trade, did nothing, just enjoyed myself. Played some Arc Raiders. Took down the Christmas tree finally. You know, productive day. Decent productive day. But welcome everybody. Time to get ready to get going here. We are Tariff Crash Part 2. You know, it felt this December stuff, you know, it really explains a lot after the fact when finally the kaboom happens and you're like, oh, okay, this is what's going on here. You know why the stock market was like hesitantly inching slightly higher, but then really going nowhere. Like, what's going on here? Now you're like, oh, you know, it's reminds you of what it used to be like in February, March, April last year. Hey, I'm trying to see what some of these red lines. Anyways, let's get to it, you guys. Great decision making profit yesterday. Oh, 100%. Yeah. Yeah, so I didn't trade all my accounts. I traded a bunch of them. I got I think like 60 points or so on NASDAQ across 2 of my fund and next, 3 of my take profits, and the personal is up almost 19 grand. There, I think that's 34. I don't know. What's this? 11. This is 5. 16 and 8's 34 and some change, maybe 35. All right, guys, we'll see you later. Apparently, we're going to war or something, or not going to war, or fighting over Greenland, right? It's something. It's 2026. It's been kind of quiet, and now, you know, now we got the news coming out with some stuff, some juicy stuff. So, just kidding about the war thing. Hopefully, no war, but I'm sure it's going to be over, whatever it is, in a week, and we'll be back to normal. What are all these? Let me double check all these here. 7016, 99, 9964, 6896. I got so many of them sitting here. You know what I'm going to do to keep the charts clean? I'm just going to put the one that's nearest and just copy the ones over as I need them. That's so much nicer looking. Okay. And then 25,206 over here on NASDAQ. So these are important pivots today, bigger, longer term pivots. That one's there. I don't know where these longer term red lines are coming from. 78. I don't think that applies anymore. What was this? 110 was that longer term NASDAQ gap fill. We never hit it, did we? We never did. Okay, okay. All right, get my charts prepared for this morning, you guys. Smash the like button. If it's your first time here, let us know in the chat. Say hello, it's my first time here. What the heck is going on? What's this guy's stream all about? 72. First time here. Tyler, what's up? You're mod already? Dude, you promoted through the ranks pretty quick. That's incredible. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Danish pension fund. Exia treasures. Why did NQ react to this? Okay, that's a great question. All right, boot campers. Why is anything reacting to anything right now? What did you learn about the state of certain indications about market sensitivity to any kind of news? We have a little bit of educational opportunity here. This is the whole reason this class exists, right? VIX, when VIX is above its contango, we're showing a new VIX tomorrow. Expiration Wednesday morning, or so new contract tomorrow. So tonight, new triple B. When VIX is above this contango midpoint, it's sensitive to anything. It doesn't matter what it is. The market is sort of like in a shocked state. Anything's gonna make it. Wait, what? Huh? What? All right, so that's it. Now the question becomes, how are we gonna play today? We're down almost 2% on the NASDAQ, about 1.5% on the S&P. As much as I want to full port long this thing to fill that half gap back on the way up, I'm not doing it just yet. But keep in mind, when I say half gap on the way up, I'm going to find whatever dip we fall to and jump in on. I'm not going to take the opening long with this kind of irrationality. I'm going to wait for a nice, strong A+ setup and hit it small. Half gap, the halfway point of the gap. Whatever it does today, tomorrow, next day, any return, if it's still bearish, we'll reject that and pull back. The question we have today is when we open up, are we going to be in a bear state? We'll have all the information for you guys. We will know exactly where we are. The old impact lines from way back in the day. These are old gap fills on the S&P finally filling. We have this one IRL sitting there. $41, okay. Yeah, so the trade I made last night was pretty simple. I longed from here. I think it was like when I got him right there to there. That's it. And I started like spooking myself out of it and getting out of the way because S&P returned. Now that was a lucky play too, right here. And the S&P was not moving. And so it kind of freaked me out. We were below DD band. So like we got right up to it. Wherever I said I close out, maybe it was here, somewhere in there. So that was it. Taco Trump. It might take a day or two for him to taco, but yeah, hopefully so. Any news on the Lucid accounts from the giveaway? What does that question mean? Any news on Lucid accounts? What kind of news are you looking for? I'm using DD bands from yesterday. Yeah, it's still the same ones from Friday. When you have a half session, right? When you have a pause, middle day market halts, at noon you carry over same DD bands from the day before. So Jorge, they're on the platform. They're the same. So this is all still considered Tuesday's trading sesh. So we still got Tuesday's bans. The P. Diddy ban. Do I use any other confluences? You don't really have any, right? Because when you're sure, well, at least for index futures, the stocks are close. I will eyeball, like some of the big tech stocks are trading overnight. I will eyeball, you know, Nvidia and other big things that are still trading if they have key pivots nearby, which sometimes they don't have a lot of stuff and have liquidity maps. So I'll be looking for, like, you know, gap fills and retracements and stuff. DD, the name DD it's just a goofy name we gave it. It's a risk interval band. And Doomsday was like this kind of code word when we were coming up with a name for the group. Like every time we make a team of people, volunteers from the community come together and we work on an indicator we've made, and we back test it, study it, data mine for it and stuff. And it was called Project Doomsday. We come up with funny sounding project names, and then we're gonna call it the risk interval band, and then it sounded funny to us when the acronyms, when it's like, all right guys, we're gonna trade on the rib. We're like, let's not have like goofy sounding acronyms, ribs, you know, like McRib, you know. We're like, all right, let's not do that, let's come up with something else. And we're like, let's just call it the Doomsday band. And they're like, well, people are gonna think Doomsday means like something bad's about to happen. It's just a, you know, it's what it is. It's a probabilistic brain is just right here. Probabilistic resistance, I guess, to movement beyond these levels. 88%, 4%, and 8% of days close distributed through the span. It's like a bell curve like this. Yeah. And so it's a bad bell curve. But essentially only 8% of days will close below that band and stay there. And so it's mostly a containment band rather than a doomsday thing. So we're like, let's not call it doomsday, let's just short it for DD. And then Diddy gets pinched, and then now it's people jokingly call it the Diddy band just to be funny. You know, lots of baby oil lubrication jokes. The market stays nice and lubricated between these bands. You know, this same old. Man, I'm feeling good today about this market's gonna be pretty predictable. It's very unlikely that we fall further. It's very likely that we fall to whatever support we have and react violently and don't break that band and go higher until there's resolve. It's the funniest thing, right? Remember we had like the threats on tariffs a year ago? Market just collapsed on that. Now we have 10% tariffs on however many European countries. It was like 7 or 8 countries or something. The market's just like, right? They're pricing in potential de-escalation, but also you can feel that sort of, you know, lack of just strong bullishness in the stock market, which leads me to believe is like how many people at the end of the year, you know, were just sitting there. They're in the freaking text group with Trump. He's like, you know, guys, hold off. I'm gonna start the year off like we did last year. I'm gonna wait until January. I'm gonna announce some tariff news, and you know, let's help you guys out in fiscal year 2026. Please vote for me for my 3rd term. As I feel like this is what we're kind of at. By the way, I have no desire to be unalived, by the way, by revealing this top secret information. I love my life. So, no, but seriously, jokes aside, I feel like, you know, the timing of, hey, it's the beginning of the year. Here's a bunch of news. Just kidding. All right, you know, all your Wall Street friends make money. Here's a bunch of news. Oh, just kidding. All your Wall Street friends make money. Good morning. Oh. Calculate from Friday. Yeah. But anyways, jokes aside, you know, like, why were we not advancing further in December when all the data looks good. Fed data looks good. You know, everything came out. You know, GDP was great. Or GDP forecast was great. PCE forecast was coming down. Unemployment forecast is coming down. Why was the market not rallying? Well, you know, kind of like leads into we have earnings season coming up. And then, of course, surprisingly, you know, Trump's announcing New Year tariff stuff. Maybe people back here knew it was coming and were just holding off on the market. This was a very likely plausible scenario. Is MHP derived from gamma? It's exactly what it's derived from. So essentially monthly hedge pressure is, let me give you guys a quick tutorial. We got plenty of time. So what we look for is in the entire spectrum of options, right? Of all strikes at all times, every option that exists, our algorithm analyzes on the back end, every order that comes through. And in that order, we pluck out what belongs to a dealer. Now we have a way of doing that. It's nobody, you know, there's no data feed that anybody sells. It's like, here's the dealer transactions. We have a way of mapping out where those dealers are because we have this way of identifying these things called hedging loops. And hedging loops are ways to see where there's chain reactions of orders that essentially balance an order that exists that we find. So we find options that belong to a hedging loop, which means it'll be neutralized. And so when you have neutral options, you can assume it's held by dealers with the intent to neutralize, which means 100% chance there's going to be order flow against that option to bring it to zero risk. So we find all the options that have pretty much near 100% chance of order flow. And then we call those the dealer options. And then we take the net gamma exposure of those dealer options, which are sold to the market makers of the stock itself. Example, NVIDIA stock, there's a dealer buying and selling that stock to the traders. The dealer might be buying or selling options as well to hedge buying options as well to hedge their bet. Then there's another options dealer selling them those options, right? So it's that third dealer that we look for, and they're the ones buying and selling the underlying to hedge to neutral. So what monthly hedge pressure is, it's the gamma maximum of only dealer sold options to market makers the underlying. It's the gamma exposure of only market makers and options. It is the most powerful thing ever that we've uncovered about dealers. It is a very predictable, without a doubt, high volume pivot calculated to the penny. It is that good. It's half the reason we're going viral here. The calculations show, see that net volume spike at just this level, right? There's something that goes on here. See all this volume, right? So when you have maximum gamma, it means the change in delta is the highest, right? So gamma is the change in delta. Change in delta is the change in order flow per tick, per price. So the highest gamma means the highest order flow change. So therefore, when your gamma maximized, is the highest amount of delta hedging at that spot. It's delta hedging everywhere, but it's centralized here at the moment. So monthly hedge pressure has this really key component to it. There's a huge probability that it takes almost like a mountain, a landslide to overcome it. When you open above it, 73% of days in all conditions stay above it. Only about 27% of days break below it. It takes a lot. It's very rare to break below it. And when you do, it's almost like an avalanche, right? And when you break below it, you can see exactly where the volume is sort of like, does everybody see right here? Like the market just sort of like has this, you know, stability here. And then all of a sudden you have volume like all over the place. Like what's going on here? Once you breach through that in that exact area, it's like to the T. Volume goes sporadic because what it does is it forces a bunch of people, it flips the polarity of their hedge. So essentially if your calls are in the money and they're immediately out of the money, wherever they will be, you're flipping to the other side of the coin. And just lots and lots and lots and lots of selling. And as puts go in the money, there's double amount of buying. So as soon as you flip through that, order flow becomes sporadic and irrational. And then you can see that right here. So, you know, because the market's irrational, I would stay on the sidelines and not try to make bets inside of it. Doesn't necessarily guarantee it's going to crash, but you see ever since monthly hedge pressure was breached, the market just is all over the place. It's one of the key components to my trading strategy. Last night, monthly hedge pressure made me $34,000. I traded exactly off of it. I managed to tune into my tune into my charts right about here. And when I saw this, I was like, oh heck yeah, like let me jump in on that. And then that's the trade I made somewhere in here. Like I think I closed to there. I made from like 370 to like 430. It was just like 60 points or something. Perfect execution today. Yeah. And so when you break through it, like the idea is markets are irrational. I immediately start trading small. Volatility goes up. So this exact moment in time, you see it like basically midnight, 3 minutes after midnight. You can see this right here. You can even see VIX usually takes off once that's broken too, because the market gets shocked. People start rushing into like, I think here's midnight right here, right? About here. Right here. And you can see VIX just started going higher. When all the rest of the evening, VIX wasn't doing much. So when you break through monthly hedge pressure, and it's called a market maker gamma flip, when you flip to the other side, what happens is VIX starts to climb because that uncertainty and that breach starts to push people into trades they didn't want to trade. And then of course they start to hedge with VIX. So VIX futures tailed up at exactly that moment too. So this is midnight exactly here. You see how you can literally draw a line. You'll see how my charts are here. You can draw a line right here and you can say, this is where VIX is in decay and this is when VIX is raising. At exactly that same point in time, the monthly hedge was breached, which is essentially right at midnight. On my mouse right there, you can see that. Let me make it a little small. Literally below my chart right there at midnight, which is exactly this spot right there. VIX turned around. So that's how powerful our calculations are. Nobody in retail space has a dealer game exposure model. We're the first in the world to have it. But you know, we're also a sophisticated team of mathematicians. So that's it. We come up with a lot of novel solutions to things. And so now some of the rules, right? You guys, let me bring up the flashcard that we use for this condition. Now in the boot camp that we train people on, by the way, we have a boot camp where we teach people trading. It's $1 a class because I don't need to sell anything. I'm already pretty okay in life. $1 pays just for some people's salaries around the company. That pays for like Slacks and other people that y'all definitely love. Okay, here we go. We train people on this stuff. All right. Okay, so the bands, right? Historically backtest, when we say the probabilities here, when you open the market, this is based on margin requirements. It's a whole nother thing. I'm not going to go into all of it, but basically these bands are really sharp pivots also with high volume. 88% of days do not break outside of this band by close. Now these probabilities are open and close. So if you open, usually right in the middle of the bands, unless there's a gap. And the bands are a certain distance above or below yesterday's futures close. 88% of days do not close outside of the bands. It's containment. The market has a hard time pushing through here. This has to do with reportable positions in futures, a whole different thing. The other thing had to do with options. So only 4% of days break and stay above by close, and this is by futures close, and then 8% of days break and stay below by futures close, according to the last backtest we did. Most days stay in. So when you're in the situation where you're below the green band, which, oh my God, look at that we are. We're way below it, right? When the stock market opens down there, you're already irrational. So this type of environment, there's some key rules, and you're going to see me follow them to a T. Number one, no shorting. The market doesn't like to stay down here. More often than not, it gets back above here more often than it keeps falling. Now, if the market continues to fall, I just sit out and miss out on it. The last thing I do is chase a short after we've dumped already 2%. That's the dumbest thing in the world. Another reason is volatility is high. When volatility is high, the market has giant Vs. You kind of bounce all over the place. And so because that high volatility, the last thing you want to do is be in a short, like a numbskull, and get squeezed before your trade takes off. If you want a short, wait for pops. But no shorting into reds like, oh, the market's going to crash. Let me get some of this, right? None of that. Rule number one, I'm not shorting anything unless I hit a key pivot on some green and I want to short off of that pivot only. And that's very rare that I do that because I usually follow the no shorting rule. Number two, longs are pretty okay if I could find just a strong pivot only to long from, which would be monthly hedge pressure and some of your liquidity pockets and stuff. And it's a small size trade only. Why small? Well, down here the market's volatile. Things are going crazy. So the last thing I want to do is come in here, YOLO risk, like I'm going to, bet the farm on this. Trust me, if I long, my normal longs are like 20 to 30 contracts for my big size trades. If I had 20 to 30 contracts, I'll make 200 grand if the market rallies on whatever day it does. But I don't need to put that much risk on an account that only has $300,000 in it, right? If I put like 2 to 5 contracts, then I'm playing with, $5,000 to $10,000, which is an adequate amount of scalp, which is, roughly, $10,000 is like 3%, right, of the account, give or take. Not that big of a deal. So if the market does, if the Nasdaq does want to rally, 300 points, then I'm gonna make a fortune, even with a little bit of contracts. Not fortune, but I'm gonna make like a pretty substantial amount even with a small amount. It's because the volatility is high, the travel can be big. I need a big position to make big money. When risk is high, I can take a small bet and bet on the travel it's gonna take and make a decent profit. Trading small only. That's it. That is it. You're asking about the Mag 7 expiration dates. So it's not going to change the so essentially, like, let me tell you what's going on with this, right? So as Wall Street has learned about us, we're a bunch of trading degenerates, right? We're some fucking gambling degens in this world. And all they have to do is add more machines or more tables in the casino and we'll play them. As years have gone by, S&P, like SPY, used to expire like quarterlies, right? And then monthlies, and then, monthlies, not quarterlies, monthlies, then weeklies, which was Fridays, and then they had Monday, Wednesday, Fridays, and now they have Monday through Friday. They keep adding options because people are going to buy them. So Mag 7 stocks are getting, they're getting weekly options that expire on Monday and Wednesday, I believe. How's it going to affect the calculation? Nothing at all. Not going to affect anything at all. We'll account for it. Are the bans from Friday? They are from Friday because you were only looking at an actual trading day. When you have a half day in futures where the Globex halts, here's how you know this. All right, if you go to the CME holiday calendar, this is the difference between a market closure and a market halt. I think since MLK Day has already passed, I don't think we'll be able to pull up the hour. Okay. What the heck? Oh, here it is. Okay. MLK Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. Okay. So anytime that you see the market, like an example, we're in the equities market, trade day, we open at 17. This is central. And when you go into a pre-open state, pre-open is a state the Globex goes in to prepare for the trading day. When you have a pre-open state that exists between noon and 5 o'clock, it's called a halt. So anytime you see, if you guys want to write this down and learn something, anytime you see this pattern of a 5-hour pre-open to open state, you don't see the word closed. The market closes. See, clearly we close here. There is no close. We're pre-open, which is like a prep state or a halt state where people are allowed to place orders, but no trades happen. And then you finally open and trades can happen. When you go to open, back to the pre-open state, the market just allows people to place orders on the level 2. usually dealers, but some cases we can also do it, depending on like holiday, not holiday. But in a pre-open state is a halt state before the market opens. In this case, we halt for 5 hours instead of the traditional 1 hour. Anytime you don't have a market close, then it's all considered the same day, which is this day. You see how it says trade day Tuesday, trade day Tuesday? So because it's trade day Tuesday, there is no trade day Monday. Therefore, the DD bands are from Friday's close. Another way to help you remind you of your anchor date is that if you go to a daily chart on futures and you look at the candle will say at the bottom, January 20th. The entire daily candle in your platform will just encompass Tuesday. Even Sunday night's trading, Monday's trading, and Tuesday is all part of the Tuesday candle. So therefore, you back to the last trading day where there was a market close, which again here, there's a close. The last close is when DD bands are referenced from. Hey, how do I collaborate? What do you want to collaborate on? Stop. Collaborate and listen. Matt is back with a couple more inventions. DD band. No, seriously, like collaborate on what? Depends on what it is. 98% of the time, the answer to that question is, or the answer to that question is, you can't. I don't collab with just anybody, but if you got a compelling offer, let's hear it. You want to introduce a tool for trading? Oh, I don't do collabs for trading educators. However, I do run a marketplace where you can get your stuff featured and listed and sold to traders. So you can chat with me on that if you'd like. If you got a rocket place, you can sign up and learn a little bit more about that. And that's how you can get some visibility for your stuff. Make up a little storefront there. And then we can talk about that. Yeah. I don't do collabs. Nothing personal, but it's because I get asked 20 times a week for. But I got people like spamming my inbox about some Bitcoin exchange, and I keep telling them every day. Like I had to say stop messaging me. Some Bitcoin trading exchange. Like they're like, come on, let's collab. We'd love to collab. I'm like, I don't like crypto. I don't trade crypto. I'm not interested in it. I probably never will be. But best of luck to you. Oh, we do other things, not just crypto. We do, Forex and this and that. I'm like, still no, but no thanks. They're like, well, what can we do? I'm like, no, seriously, no thanks. Like, I don't want to be associated with the crypto industry by any means whatsoever. And they're like, one more email. I was like, oh, you guys got to stop emailing me. The answer is no, but I appreciate the interest and all that. Yeah. Last thing I want to do is have my name tied to the crypto industry. The only reason for that is because I still don't believe it's not one government regulation away from total collapse or on the path to like infinite dollars where everybody becomes rich. It's like that polar. So I'm like, I don't want to be the guy that everybody looks at if it falls apart. So I've been very careful never to work with anything crypto or NFT related. I get asked all the time. I don't even speak on crypto or NFT podcasts. I almost went to that one. Mario Nafal invited me for this thing, and I reached out to them, but never wrote back. And I was supposed to speak on some, I don't know, stable coin something, or I don't remember what it was. I was gonna speak my part about how I'm not, how I'm really not into that stuff, and I don't know anything about it. But yeah. So, anyways. Did I just invoke Vanilla Ice? I tend to invoke Vanilla Ice a couple times an hour. How were we able to get the new overnight dynamic levels with the market closed from yesterday? So Levi, good question, right? The options landscape doesn't change, but the Greeks change because time has passed. So when you recalculate, so it's essentially what I do on a holiday. Levi is asking a great question. I'm wondering why a lot of you haven't asked that question, because Levi is obviously being very smart here and understanding. He's like, how did you update the dynamics last night when there's a holiday? The options didn't close. And so I'm glad you asked that. I'm waiting for somebody to ask that question. So it's the same landscape from Friday's close. recalculated with the new theta. And also adjusted for a new delta, an estimated delta, like where the futures actually are. We can estimate where a new delta will be across the board. So we can calculate. You're asking all yesterday in Discord? Well, you know, I sometimes don't read Discord. By sometimes, I mean I usually don't read Discord. Yeah, so that's what happens. So basically, the open interest is the same. That's the only thing that's the same. But when we reopen in that pre-open state, we can redo the calculation with a new theta, right? A day has passed, and we can redo that calculation with a new delta, because we can assume that whatever the futures have moved, that we can adjust the delta accordingly based on that. So with those new parameters, you nailed it. You can have different calculations. So basically what Levi's asking, if you're reading between the lines, how can hedge pressure be different than it was the previous day when there hasn't been a trade day in between? Like, why is it different when you recalculate it? We used to assume earlier on, like a year plus ago, that it was the same hedge pressure because the options didn't change. Dumb me never thought to just run the calculation with an estimated new delta for every option and a new theta and see if it did change. And when I started running the calculation on holidays, I realized, oh my God, it is different. We need to recalculate it. So the question is, when I have it Sunday for Monday, and Monday's a holiday, I need to do it again for Monday for Tuesday. I used to say, I'll use the same one from Sunday. But when you readjust based on the Greeks, it does change, because even though the options are the same, the balancing point is based on all the Greeks. It's time dependent as well. So that's a great question, right? And the years before all of this, we just used to use the same one. So it leads me to believe that, you know, during a holiday, we would use the same one we calculated on Sunday for the Monday night sesh as well, which happens to not be the correct solution after all. I just assumed, it's just a day has passed, not that big of a deal. But when we redo the calculation, it is a significant change. So I never thought to do that early on to just test. I just made an assumption. The assumption was bad. So good question, right? Does it make sense? How can monthly hedge pressure be different when the options don't change? That's what Levi was asking, if you're reading between the lines. And that's why, because the Greeks will change. Nailed it. Is it possible? Can it be a mathematician? We explain how MHP or dynamics works, possible reverse engineer for any big player listening? It's not, because I haven't explained how we pluck the dealer options. I've given you guys hints about how we do it. But the trick is, in the landscape of all options, how do you know where the dealers are? The way that we do that is completely under lock and key. Like, how do I pluck out just the options that matter and throw everything else away? This is where the sauce is. If you have this, then you can reverse engineer everything else. Yeah. Everything else is pretty consistent with most gamma exposure models. But the trick is isolating the dealer stuff. I've never revealed how we do that. There's some pretty cool math in there. And actually, the question is, when I die, should I A, leave the legacy in a book and blow it wide open for everybody, or B, pass it on to someone else and let them carry the torch and keep it shrouded in secrecy? So I don't know. I know this asks for everybody's curiosity. I'd love to reveal the math, because to me it'd be like, I get pats on the back on how elegant the solution is. It's like a mathematical harmony, how I did it. And when you look at the solution, anybody would go, huh, that's pretty clever. And that's what makes me like, you know, like if I was a songwriter, that would be like the song where everybody goes, oh my God, that song is like, that musical score was like the reason the movie was so good. You know what I mean? Like The Social Network, which is, you know, one of the best movies of our generation, David Fincher. And what made that movie and most of his movies so good is always the amazing score that goes with it, right? The music is so memorable to the scenes and whatever. So that would be like my musical score for my magnum opus sort of thing. Or I can sing it Willy Wonka style, yeah. Anyways, let's get ready to get going here. Trump has been, you know, he's threatening tariffs with 10%, I think, tariffs on certain countries in Europe. if they don't back him on this whole Greenland thing. Like, I don't know how this is going to happen. I feel like we could just walk in and take Greenland. I don't think anybody's going to stop us. So whatever he wants to do, I'm assuming because of that, hopefully, oh, well, I will not abandon Greenland. So it looks like, you know, World War III is coming so we can get Greenland from China. Who knows what's happening? But the way that I know with all this back and forth is that within a week, the tone's going to change. Everybody has their initial posturing. Oh, I'm going to take Greenland by force. And Denmark Prime Minister has to save face in front of their own people. I will not abandon Greenland. Because, you know, you can't let your people know that you're going to be pushed over that easily by Trump. You do what everyone else does and you go, we're going to stand tall. And then within a week, you stop standing tall because he makes you an offer you can't refuse. He's done this for, you know, so many years. We've seen him as president before. We know his trick. He's going to come in there. He's going to bully you, and then sweeten the deal so that he gets something out of it. You get something out of it, and then everybody wins. He'll probably be like, look, you give us Greenland. We'll get rid of your tariffs and we'll give you something else. So he does this. This is his whole way of making deals. But like, he's beating you up and then he goes, I'll stop beating you up and give me something I want, but also I'll give you some money too. How's that sound? And so you go from like this negative state to this positive state. It's a beautiful way to negotiate. Like normally you could just punch somebody and be like, look, if you give me what I want, I'll stop hitting you. And they're like, okay, just stop hitting me. But Trump goes, I'll stop hitting you, but I'll give you something that you want on top of it. You're gonna absolutely fall over because you want to stop getting beaten up, but also he sweetens the deal on the way out. So he's gonna do something like that within a week, I'm sure. Us in Denmark, we worked it out to great people. I love the Denmark people. We worked it out. And everybody wins. He's probably going to get them to support him on something with Iran or something else. Something like that. Who knows? Pretending that Trump's not a dumbass, somebody's saying, I don't try to take political sides. I'm just trying to speculate when the market's going to move. This isn't a political stream. I could give two shits about what goes on politically in this world. It's more like we gotta speculate on when the stock market's going to happen. It's commentary. Let me preempt this. It's not talking about what I care or don't care about. It's mostly guessing when the market's going to stop being stupid. So the way that he operates is within a week, he's going to stop punching these guys and offering them a sweet deal. Everyone that put tariffs on, okay, I need you all to back me on this other thing with Iran. And then we got ourselves a deal. We let me take Greenland. They'll probably, okay. So within a week, the headlines are going to change. The market will be back to normal. That's all I'm trying to say. And whether we're going to war over Greenland or not is a speculation. But I only care about in a market sense. As long as tariffs are on the table and there's a continuing escalation, the stock market's we're gonna wake up to irrational days where the market's just gonna be dumping all the time. So you have to take that into account while we're trading. The art of the deal, right? So the whole reason I bring this up was to prep you as traders. Like we could, Trump's a maniac. I love him. I hate him. Kind of a Texan. I gotta love him. He's kind of a maniac. He's kind of doing crazy shit, but he also always has 2 or 3 extra plans we don't know about. But we do know when he speaks, the market moves. And we do know when he does something big within a month or so, usually backs out. He barks big, makes a deal, lines everybody up to his cause, and the market gets back to normal. That's what we want, a normal market. Normal markets, easier to trade than these irrational, crazy markets. In the sales, it's called the jab, jab, hug. Is there actually a name for it? Hit somebody, shh, 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 it's okay, it's okay, it's okay. Let me take you to dinner. It's okay. Yeah. Anyways, this market is far from normal. This market has been pretty stupid since October, right? But it leads you to believe, you know, or it leads you to speculate why things are the way they've been. Like what happened towards the end of the year that the market just was refusing to move. That bad December, crazy chop in the expiration last month, and now this kind of selling. We've got earnings coming up, and of course this Greenland stuff. This could be a pretty violent January. I've totally shifted my mindset to accept that we might be kind of like last January, which we know was kind of like this. Maybe not a full crash, but the tariffs, I mean, it could just be down day, down day, down day, down day. Keep this in mind, whether you believe the tariffs are crashing the market or not. We never short at lows. If you believe the market's on a downward path, always wait for highs. You'll always get them. Even if the day is the day where it's like we're missing out, we're missing out, we're missing out. Again, it's not investment advice, but missing out, missing out, missing out. There will be a moment where the market pops to some resistance. The worst thing you can ever do as a trader is chase a short at the low. The volatility will squeeze you, so don't blow your shit up. Trade smart. Trade smart. Why isn't your rapid plan on my fund futures so... What do you think? Introduction now, same price. Fabian, all rapid plans are kind of going that direction. It's the trade-off. Remember, there's a risk model where a firm takes a certain amount of money in, pays a certain amount of money out, and the remainder is what operates the business and makes profit. Anytime they give a little, they got to take a little to maintain the same risk model. It's a seesaw. So they give you quicker payouts. They got to add something to the other end of the weight so that it stays balanced. So it's how the prop space is. Take Profit has that kind of plan. Tradeify has that kind of plan. They're all kind of had that kind of plan. All right. Friends, y'all ready to do this? Don't forget to hit the like button. Let's get those likes up really quick. We get those. We'll do a quickie little market giveaway to start off, as we like to do every single day. We've recently become acquainted with some friends. Our friends over at Phidias have dumped us a bunch of firm accounts to give away. Our friends at Lucid have given us a bunch of accounts to give away. We have the most prop giveaways in all of trading streaming, by the way. We do more giveaways here than anyone else. I now have like 700 or so accounts I give away a month, give or take. When you add up everything I do plus my funded TV. We'll toss away some Lucid accounts. Free pickle also works. Just type Lucid in chat to enter. We've got 6 minutes, 8 minutes, give or take. I'm gonna just do it quick, spin the wheel. And also you sub to the channel, you get double entries. So you're at the green text, $5 sub to the channel. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh, wait, hold on. How can we do this without playing music? My bad, y'all. We're running out of time. I just gotta pick a song. I gotta pick a random song. All right. Might as well just listen to my favorite credit song. Everybody salute Rock a Gloob. Throw some seashells in the ocean to bless this trading day. Sorry for crunching ice in your face. Dude, I'm feeling dizzy today. I got something going on. I don't know what it is. Something up here. Some of y'all that have... Somebody that has like, if I like fall over and faint or something, somebody call the ambulance. I'm feeling faint. I don't know what's causing it. Are these on Spotify yet? Not yet. I gotta work on getting it out there. Jill, I can't pronounce that, but congratulations. All right, we'll do 3 of these things real quick. You guys can check out Lucid. Only going out right now. Oh, we don't have anything on Lucid. Let me, Andrew, if you're here, let's get something for Lucid in the sheet. Sky Guy, 1953. Let me see. Oh, maybe he's... All right, Sky Guy, last one. All right, congrats to the 3 of you guys. Hold on.
Just find another day to trade. You can pick up the pieces. Ooh, you should stay disciplined. Ooh, and try it again.
Hold on.
I think this trade might be working out risky. We've used our risk.
Lucid just came out their Lucid Black plan, which is their kind of like their rapid plan as well. So I'll have more information about it. We have a deal for it. Code Rocket's here to get you the best deal for that thing. 3 of you guys that won the giveaway. Here's how you claim your prize. You're gonna go to my Discord, go to the contest channel. Link in description of this video has a Discord link. And in the contest channel, you're going to message an admin, their name Slack. So you're going to send them a screenshot of your YouTube ID. Congrats, guys. And then have an account with Lucid already. And actually, wait. Well, yeah, tell them the email ID you have with Lucid already. You don't need to make an account, but we'll tell you all the instructions on how to get it. We'll get it all set up for you guys today. Congrats. No, so you haven't got your Lucid account yet, Pierre. I just got a note. That's we're still getting the connection set up on how to do it. So like this is our first time working with these guys. So we don't have like the logistics in place to turn them over real quick. We're still waiting to hear back from them from last week. So you're still on hold with your Lucid account. Might be a day or so. I just saw that note in here. We still don't have any. We've been waiting for email. The holiday, you know, probably messed with it. So we got everything set up last Friday. Just give us another day or two. Figure that out. So you should be. So you're still. We haven't forgotten. Trust me. We have like this whole I have my employees that work with them to get it all worked out in the back end. So those of you that won today, it might be a day or two as well. But anyways, message Andrew, message Slacks, and we'll get you guys hooked up. It's time to go. It's mostly like our connection is new. So we just met with them. They're like, yeah, you guys can do some giveaways. I think they offered us like 60 accounts or something. I can't remember. And then, but like the logistics of us, like who do we talk to? Who gives us the code? Is it a code? Is it an email? Do we assign it? How does it work? They usually have to meet with us and train us on how to do it. Like how we actually get it done. All right, 2 minutes to market opens, guys. Can I show NVIDIA and AVGO? Aiden, yeah, I'll show this more often, I promise. Okay, guys, I'm already up like 34K today. I'm in no hurry to give it back. I'm kind of excited to see things going on here. Everything ready here. Are we going to just open and sell off? That's the question. I'm going to be looking for monthly hedge pressures, liquidity pockets, a lot of stuff underneath here to trade, maybe to get us back inside of DD bands, but I don't even know. We've been falling pretty hard. Don't discount the idea of the market can just open and keep tanking. I'm only going to long off strong pivots only. I'm not going to chase shorts unless we hit MHP or DD band and our greater market is all bearish. And I might actually pop a short off DD band, which is something we don't normally teach, but where's MHP? It'll pop up right when the market opens. Give it like 30 seconds of the market opens. We'll have all the details we need. I'm up $18,600 in the $1 million challenge account here. Y'all want me to go to $1 million bucks? That's what I've committed to. So I'm at 272 right now. I'm up 170,000 since Christmas. So we'll see what happens. See how quickly I can get there. If I get there at all, and don't blow it up like an idiot. Session expired. What? Hold on 1 second, guys. My token expires literally at market open. Okay, that's weird. Okay, I gotta refresh this. Hold on, guys. Give me a second. I gotta log in. Okay. Oh my word. Literally at 9:30, my freaking token expires. That's so funny. Sorry, I had to relog in. You fucking kidding me? Of all things. That is hilarious. All right. Wait for the data to come out. Give us information here. Oh my God, Farina, somebody's copying what you're saying. Just ban those people. That's hilarious. All right. So give us in a little bit. The data is going to come out. We'll have some information here. Little 50-point pop at the open. We're going to see what our indicators are saying. All of our liquidity maps and everything should pop up within the first minute. There is MHP. Oh, right. Do I want to short off MHP with negative MHP res? Okay. Setup here is resistance target off of MHP, and there is no downside play to here. No upside play to here. Everything is pointing down. Let's wait for the ratio to come out and see what we have for as far as indicators go. Well, the resiliences are positive and negative. Okay, so quickly, we don't have close price because of the holiday. Doing that same thing again. All right, hold on. I need to send a message. I told him to fix this. It's downward move today. So to get your close price and open price, you'll need to go to SPY. It'll accurately have everything there for you. Half gaps and stuff. Conversion is broken where we don't have. So conversions don't have. Okay. All right. So with negative monthly res, MHP is resistance. Let's find lower targets. This is probably coming down. Let me see if I have anything nearby. Nasdaq is a 997 red line to go to, and S&P. So it's probably selling right at the open. So S&P has a 41, 997 and 41. Okay, so let me mark some things on here. 997 is there. 41 is here. Okay, so these are lower targets. It's probably a couple of things. Positive resilience on S&P leads to the fact that we could go up. Negative resilience on Nasdaq leads to the fact that we could go down. So, and everything is sort of all over the place here. I don't have a really good setup to the downside, so I'm not shorting anything. If this white number goes negative, then we are going to, oh, because half cap is actually really high up here. Let me draw it manually. Sorry, we have a conversion is missing. So let me just do it here. When this white number is greater than 0, hold on 1 second. The trading, like I guess the Nasdaq tries to make its way to the upper end of the box, and so does the S&P as well. They are not that close. They're not that positive, so it's not that strong. With the orange resilience less than 0, then MHP is also resistance. So that's one thing that we could be hitting that and bouncing. If we break MHP, it's a really solid ramp up all the way probably the DD ratio. DD band. The ratio is 0.25, so obviously we're in bear market territory. Yeah, res is negative. Arb is negative 60. I mean, everything's just kind of like down. Yeah. I don't know if I want to short this. So no shorting below the green lines, even though the move can be down from here. Everything is pointing down from here. But I'm not shorting it, but everything is it's definitely pointing down from here. So I'm going to wait to see like where some pops are. Like this Nasdaq level right here is a potential short setup at 71. All right. That is the big question. Here and the reject. Yeah. Maybe I'll do it in one of my I'll do it, and some of my take profits. Why not? Nothing on the big account though. An MHP reject. Okay, so my thought is here back down to red line is the path today. I grabbed it short in 2 of my take profit accounts on the Nasdaq bump right there. Okay. Yeah, downward play is it. Down's the play. Do we have long setup stuff? Arb is negative 80, guys. Negative 80. Negative. It's the lowest we've ever seen it. All right. You know it's all right. We love our risk intervals. Back down to open is the play, I think, here down to there. Negative, 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 negative across the board. Let's double check monthly maps to see if we're actually down in bear territory really bad. That guy loads up there. Take a little bit to load up. All right. Oh God, yeah, we're ridiculous. All right, yeah, it's pretty bad. So we're down in bear territory, which is in the light gray, and the volatility is even picking up leading into earnings. This is going to be a really, really, really crazy month. I'd love to be long this though on MHP break. The problem is we don't have any evidence it's going to happen. I'm kind of just chilling on my big account. Nothing yet. As much as I'd love to long on MHP break confirmation, I don't think we're going to get it. So I just grabbed 2 contracts short on that little bump right there. And I've got essentially like a little play off of that. Now we'll see what happens. To no longer be bearish to get the reclaim, it's going to have to be pretty, I mean, it's pretty substantial. We'd have to fill the gap almost like from yesterday. I mean, it's a pretty substantial climb. Usually no shorting below this, but I just like a tiny little scalp there. I'd like to wait to see if this breaks to take a long trade up to green, but we'll see. Everything's looking pretty nasty. And we'll see what happens here. If it does break here pretty good, it can go. I usually don't like to take strong, like, you know, essentially like strong convicted trades below these TD bands. So if we do break 68.81, those of you that are bulls, if we break here, the play can go to there. There's your first interrupt where it can have some resistance as well. For me, if we reclaim here, I'm all in long from that green line, but down inside of here, it's just going to be kind of like choppy, nightmarish. We're using these indicators for our confluence to kind of see what's going on. This is really bad. This is all really bad. Negative, negative, negative. Everything looks pretty nasty. So let's just double check some of the bigger stocks while we're chilling here and like see what they say. Nvidia, bearish. AVGO, about to break MHP, looking pretty bad. Apple, all right. Find some downside play there. Yep, everything's bad. Apple's bad. I'm looking at this to tell me the direction. Amazon, not terrible. Microsoft, bad. Good deal, good deal, good deal. Let me lock that profit in on the take profit there. I just one scalp, one trade. Just from 56 to 61, it's about a 100-point move with 2 contracts. That's beautiful. Oops, why did I refresh? What the heck? Trying to do? Okay. Server communication is slow today. All right, so down here at the open, it's irrational because we're below the DD bands, right? So when you're irrational, you're going to take resilience with a grain of salt. If this white line gets to be like greater than 25, 35, 40, you know, like it gets really big, I'd be willing to long at the open to move up towards half cap. Yeah, that's the real question. So downward play, bears from here to here. That's the bear play. Bulls, the play is from here to there with the interrupt, there, second chance and back down. So these are the setups today, and MHP is the launch point for your coin flip. That's really it. They use volume profile or Dom. I don't use either of those. This is better than both of those. This is actually forecasting where volume will be before the volume profile picks it up. So this is like a volume profile improved. So I think if we head to the red line, I kind of feel it, right? All right. Tap it with maybe one of my Fund Index accounts. Dude, I want to take that break so bad on S&P. You have no idea. Like, as much as I'd love to chase this, with the resilience being negative, though, the resistance is strong. So our algorithm will tell you if it's support or resistance these levels. You see how it says resistance? It's fighting really hard there. You have a hard time breaking. Yep, I think down's the play. Well, long trade might be fun to take, just to take the blast up. I'll just do 2 contracts with a 40-point stop just to take it. Big account, 2 contracts. If I can trade it to, well, actually I grabbed Nasdaq, but by proxy, like if we can get Nasdaq DD band at 450, it'd be nice to be 120, 40 points in there. It'd be kind of cool. All right, I'm just goofing around with 2 contracts on the long side. I think we're gonna pop and hit some targets, turn around and come down. Am I any trade? Yeah, I just grabbed 2 contracts long on Nasdaq right here. The S&P breakout on 83 to 96, just to get a pop trade off of this. Maybe to MHP I might close out. Like I said, I'm just scalping with 2. Anytime if you ask me when I'm gonna trade, top right of the screen, you'll see me. Or I'll announce the trade that I'm in. So it's just this one account, just 2 contracts, just to do something on this break if anything happens. Like I said, it's not gonna make or break me today. Yeah, just on this potential break right here. I'm not doing anything that's gonna be big or small, or anything that's gonna be big. As far as like losses go, I'm gonna keep it nice and tight. It could be a potential play up to DD band and then turn around and sell off. That's kind of what I like. Maybe can see that happening today. Usually the market has a hard time just opening and falling. Like I said, I just grabbed 2 contracts. It seems like it's fighting here. Usually MHP breaks. I'm usually willing to take a chance on it. Now this is proxy, the S&P. This is resistance still, but it's kind of on the edge. If we can get some kind of movement, some of the stocks getting us going, but I don't know if we have anything. Let's go to the events feed. AVGO. AVGO is the one that's giving us some love today. Let's take a look at AVGO. It's got a Florida communication is like, I feel like things get a little slow when markets are crashing across the board, right? Data feeds go crazy. Y'all see this? Oh my God. There we go. As I say, 2 contracts, keeping it light. AVGO MHP is where we are right here. So this is the one thing that's giving the market some oomph right here. You can see that we have, not for arbitrage, but for basically MHP, resilience getting better because AVGO is on a bounce point. So there could be some move from here. Maybe. Oops. Let's try with 4 and then let's just lose like 5,000 bucks if I'm wrong. Can we get a break on MHP up to yellow? Nothing looks strong to the long side though. That's kind of the one problem here. Everything is pretty weak, but the opportunity is there. Just in case we had MHP break, and like I said, I'll stop on the other side of that. These are the potential plays. Yeah, one more wave up or something like that, and then it's gonna come down, or it might just come down from here. We'll see. But yeah, like down's the play, but I don't know if it's down from here. Maybe though. Like I said, the real answer is there's no good trades from here. Like from this area is no good trade. I'm not logging in all my accounts. I'm just barely tapping it. Barely tapping. Keep you guys entertained. So I had that short from earlier, my take profit, closed those out, and now I flipped to the long side with 4 contracts. I haven't touched my Fund Index accounts just yet. Again, all the indicators are pretty bad for some downside play. Really strong resistance off of there, really strong resistance off of there. But if there's a break, it could create a cascading move to the upside. Why are we typing lucid, y'all? Yeah, right. Everything's a coin flip today. You 100% nailed it. Everything today is a coin flip at this one level. Coin flip up, coin flip down. And when flipping coins, I just play small. 4 contracts is very small. 5 is my normal small, so this is smaller than that. Just in case. It's 5,000 up or down. How's the stuff for Ninja Trader going with Roxy integration? Yeah, it's moving along. Like we have a path forward with it. So for at least Ninja Trader desktop integration, we have that going. For web version for Tradeovate, we're still chatting with them about the logistics of that. All right, let's double check. Make me double check I don't have something I'm overlooking here. As far as like calendar today, I know I'm a little behind. It's like a slow Monday for me. Or Tuesday, because not even Monday, it's Tuesday. Let's go to this week. I'm speaking tomorrow. Okay. I'm always speaking about something. For PCE and PCE on Thursday. And PMIs, S&P Global PMI numbers and Michigan numbers on Friday. Like I said, just scalping with 4. Another 2 grand on the board there. Just trying to get like a plan that trade there. Trim that down to 2. Let her rip. If I hit the 371, I'll see. Like I said, I'm just scalping like 40 points at a time. It's 94 to 42. That is 40 points, huh? A little violent here. Okay, let me take that profit. 3,000 on that. Okay, let me update you guys with all the P&L. Study this really quick. I'm fully closed out on everything. Just chilling. I'm just scalping this. Like I'm sort of like. So that was about $4,000 there on this account. I didn't touch these today, but I did touch these. This is a 28, 1,000 and an 840. 28, 1,000 and 840 has been upgraded to. There's the 28 and 1,000. The 3130 and 850. So one of them went up. The 840 I think went to here. So essentially that's everything went up a little bit. All right, so that's what 11, 33, 36, 38, 39, 40. So there's a 40k day so far. These are 4 Funded Next legacy accounts, funded stage. These are 5 Take Profit Pro accounts, funded stage. And then this is my personal account to $1,022,000. Oh, we're the best to ever do this online. Not really, but I just got lucky on the coin flip. All right, like I said, I'm just like, it's like a buffet and I'm just taking I'm just sampling everything. I'm not committed to any kind of trade right now. I never copy trade Raj. Negative arb equals long side for you, inverse indicator. It's like that's the thing. We've never seen it in this environment. Irrational and so negative. Negative 70 is big. That's why I closed out. We had the pop and arb is just depleting, like way below 0. The potential is to the downside. That's the one thing. So whatever we pop to some resistance, I think here we sell off. Maybe I'll do it in one of my Funded Next accounts. Let me short and fund. I'm shorting in one of my Funded Next accounts. Why not? Off of MHP. Negative MHP res, negative arb. We popped. I closed the long up. Now this has probably done some downside move from here. All right. I know I'm probably over trading by trying so much. We don't normally short below DD band, but I'm going to try to make a play off of this just to see. Negative 75 points is pretty big. And again, we've never seen ARB so big, right? That potential is there. Events feed. Let's see. We got cross down. It's all AVGO today. Nothing else is really kind of in the vicinity of moving. Yeah, so that's probably what's going to happen. If I give any indication of my overnight trades on my group or Discord, I actually don't do trading callouts. Being pretty much one of the largest, if not the largest futures trading organization in Discord, as many people as we have using Rocket Scooter, I've never had a callouts or plays room. I'm weird, but I think that's what made us as popular as we are. I don't believe in it. I don't believe in handing people trades. I'll teach you guys how to fucking crush it though. But I've never had a callouts channel. And I don't alert people to my trades. I kind of take a stance against it. No, it's weird. Trade rooms like to do that kind of stuff. I'd rather teach people the craft and show them how to do it. The only time you ever get wind of my plays is here. In the stream or at the end of boot camp. I'll alert people, like, oh, not alert, but I'll tell people like what I'm looking at overnight when we do our boot camps, which is in the afternoon after market closes. You're also only rejoicing in the only made 2K for getting the only win in with one contract, LOL. Yeah, for the most part. Like down here, it's just like tiny little coin flips, right? You can get it really wrong and really right. But the key component when irrational below DD band is keeping your position small. As you see, the violent moves, the S&P's or Nasdaq's up and down 100 points, right? In every go. And these violent moves, it's not worth putting big risk on the table because you can lose so much really. So the idea is keep your position small enough that's manageable. You know, I'm up or down. I was telling you I'm going to be up or down 4,000, 5,000 bucks either way. And it's not enough to crush this account with that position size. So making sure I'm matching my account position size to the speed of the market. So ES Trader, you can't afford the software now, but you can afford the bootcamp. Well, feel free to like send me a message in Discord. I'll help you out for your first month, you know, get you into like a trial version and stuff. So if you're willing to learn and take the bootcamp, I can give you like a student trial version for like the first month. While you're learning, you can play with the software. When do the contracts expire? Once a quarter. So March. Wait, got some crazy Titanfall callouts. Wait, what was I quoting? Titanfall? Wait, what happened? What happened? What happened? Oh, I love Titanfall. So I just shorted in one of my funded next accounts right here at the MHP. That's it. And I did grab 5 contracts because I'm a freaking lunatic. The one that was 6,000 bucks. Got a little bit of play on that. Let me trim it back down to 2 right now. I got 2 left to run. That account's almost up 10,000 bucks. That 6,600 is now at 9,000 and some change. I've got 2 contract runner. Again, I'm just scalping 40 points left and right. Actually, like, I'm gonna take the profit on that again. Like I delay with the, like I said, I don't really want to be in trades for a very long time here. I think the move can be so violent. I don't want to be caught off sides. I just want to get 40 points to get in and get out. All right. So that one that was at 6 is now at 9 for the most part. Well, 8,900 once I closed it. So fully flat again. This has just been in and out, in and out, in and out, in and out. I think the move is down though from here. When somebody mentions Titanfall, oh my God, I get all excited about it. Yeah, if you guys are interested in learning more about Rocket Scooter and what it is we do, this is essentially when people say like, what is it these guys do? We do gamma exposure and market arbitrage. It's 2 totally unique concepts that are better than technical analysis in every way possible. We're the pioneers of this field of gamma exposure. We were one of the early people that started pushing this out there, and everyone else is trying to do it now. But nobody has a dealer exposure model like we do. It's a unique process that boils everything down to one key pivot, and monthly hedge pressure is that key pivot. You see that the fight is here. Well, I'm glad I closed that trade out. Jesus. All right. So I'm fully flat right now, and I'm done flipping coins for the moment. I still think down's the play. With our ARB indicator being at 80, I've never seen it so low. It means there's 80-point rips to the downside. But the funny thing is that we're starting to see that realize so quickly. Look at this. You see how quickly that 80 points realizes? It's volatile enough. So we've never seen ARB in a volatility environment where we're above BBB. So it just means that's how much you're chopping. Here's another thing that we speculate with this new indicator. You know how we always talk about what stop loss you should use, right? We usually use typically a 40-point stop on NASDAQ and a 10-point stop in S&P around a key pivot. But we had a rule that says you can use the largest 1-minute candle to like adjust that when it's volatile. This is your adjustment. The newest, hottest thing is that ARB will tell you what your stop loss needs to be for chop. 15 points in S&P is what it says. And look at this, 90 to 75. Do you see the chop is 15 points? It might be that useful to let us know that that's the stop loss. That's how much volatility you're gonna have. So when this was saying like 75 points, 68, like essentially about 75 points is how much you're chopping like here, right here. 40 to 70, 75 points of chop. That's really cool. 15 points of chop, 75 points of chop, 15 points of chop. This is telling you about how much stop loss you're gonna have. This was mind-blowing when I realized this last week. And now that it's volatile, we're seeing the best that it is. So I need to allow 60-something points of overshoot. Is this blowing your mind, right? The idea was that arbitrage could let us know about how much it's oscillating. So it allows me to adjust my stop loss to be that much. An example is if I went long at MHP, I will take a stop loss of now 12 points below it. So 81 would be about 69 or 68. And now if we break 68, then it's going to go down. That's to let you know about how much oscillation is. Now, if this is the case, now I'm flat right now, but we were, like I said, the more of us look at this, the more we can understand about how much it's just flip-flopping around. That's your allowed overshoot, right? So, like the initial was like 13 points under, 13 points below this would be 68. And so the longing here has never broke 68, which is the appropriate stop loss for the long trade at MHP, which is the lowest that it was. This is kind of like revolutionary that it can now actually do that as a stop loss decision maker. As another accidental discovery. Wait, negative ARB for you is a buy? Okay. I don't know why that is. It's specifically telling you the stocks are pricing lower. You trade against ARB. Good luck to you, I guess. Good luck to that. I personally wouldn't trade against negative stock potential, but that's just me. So anyways, this is telling me the amount of overshoot and potential that we have. Jumping around like crazy. Yeah, I don't know. You remember your first beer? You gotta be nice to some of these folks. Like I said, you want to long against ARB, then go for it. But this market's coming down. I got out of my longs. I'm good. Not a bad morning though so far. Chat GPT, add this up. I'm too lazy to do math today. How much should we make? The one good thing about ChatGPT is it's a faster calculator for me. That's all I use it for. It didn't add the bottom number. Okay, so 21 plus 22. So what's that? 43K today. Not a bad start. So the way arbitrage works is it's letting you know that the potential is to the downside. That the futures right now at this price are 60 points higher than where the stocks could possibly go. It just says there's a potential for it to fall another 60 points. It doesn't mean it will, it just means the pressure is to the downside. If it's tracking the stocks correctly and the stocks continue their trajectory, this has the ability to drop another 60 points, which is to there. This is 10 points, which means this has the ability to drop another 10 points to there. So essentially, it's chasing stocks, which are likely pushing lower. The more negative it gets, the stronger that potential is. Think of it like a stretching spring. So if it's really negative, or if it's just slightly negative, the stocks are coming down a little bit with the spring pulling it down. But if it's really negative, the stocks are like this, and the spring is like that. Think of it like a spring, essentially. That's the way to look at it. But ARB is a stop loss indicator, guys. Ooh. It's something we just released, and so we're finding new uses for it. But to understand the amount of overshoot, like if I were to take a trade off of some pivot, I'd be using a 60-point stop right now in NASDAQ and an 11-point stop in S&P. Maybe round up a little bit. Pretty cool, right? So that ideally would be a use case for the tool. as a tool has been really rock solid at letting us know about how much it's oscillating around the pivot. It's kind of cool. Now, again, I'm not in a trade right now. This is like super coin flip territory. So why don't I short? Oh, well. I don't short below DD band. I mean, very rarely. I did once earlier, but that's it. I don't short down here because the market can flip on a dime and then squeeze before it falls down. I wait for a pop to hit something and then I short off of it if I do shorting at all, which is what I did today. And it's only for a tiny little scalp. So like earlier, right here, I grabbed the short off of that in just one of the accounts and then closed out once I got my profit. I'm just tiny little shorts. The market doesn't like to sell off. And if it does, I usually like to sit out of it and not play because it just gets a little crazy. Omar, yeah, you have to be connected with futures to use it. David, I'm in the same boat as you, small scalp. If you guys are like doing small scalps in this area, you're trading the right way. Committing to direction is not really going to be fruitful today. Nasdaq's popping up and down 60, 80 points every couple of minutes. You know, like I said, since we've been open, I've made another, what, 12 grand or something. This could be a whole trading day of fighting for that 12 grand. So I'm pretty chill. Somebody said, sorry, I'm not feeling well. Dude, my head is spinning. Like I feel like I'm on some kind of drug or something. Like I feel detached. It's weird. Like spacey. I don't know what I ate or not like the good drugs. More like a it's hard to describe. Is it the solar flares? I'd spiked my drink. The only way I can describe it is when I got my car wreck when I was a kid. My car was in a car wreck, almost killed me. I had PTSD from it, an anxiety disorder kind of popped up out of it. And for like a year, doctors were prescribing me like antidepressants, and that fucked my head up. I'd never touch that stuff again. But Zoloft, it gave me a weird like perception of life. Things were like spacey all the time. It was a weird description, but it feels like that. Like I no clue. Not the feel good drugs. Dude, that fucked my brain up as a kid. I was like seeing things move when they weren't moving. He loves Zoloft. It works. Those kind of drugs are good for some people. It's all brain chemistry and it's perception. It may be a wonder drug for somebody. It may mess someone up the other way around. It's like hit or miss with that kind of stuff. For me, dude, it was weird. I wasn't drinking yesterday. Did I have a cocktail? No, I didn't have nothing yesterday. But now I feel like dizzy for some reason. I don't know. So no, if futures are half day, Monday, for example, okay. So some downward pressure here. We are actually opening below the open on SPY right now. Sorry, below SPY's open and trading lower. Sleep apnea? I don't know, man. Maybe I should take my blood pressure or something. I did work out like really hard yesterday. You guys can tell. Look at this bad boy. Look at this. I've been pumping iron like left and right. Maybe I like worked out like way too hard yesterday. You only have that futures logic and underlying is closed there for a couple days a year, that the underlying is also open half a day. Yeah, so you're right, Simon. Like the idea is that we have a corrective patch that we put in to account for equities closure days, which was Monday. When we ask our data provider send us the close price, they send us the close, the daily close from Friday. So we calculate it. Problem is futures conversion is hard-coded in the code to say what was the SPY close price at 4 p.m. yesterday, and then the return is null. There was not one. So the way that conversions work is we queue our own data history for the answer. The way equities work is we queue the exchange for the data. We say exchange, if we like this morning, we say exchange, what's the close price? And exchange goes, oh, yesterday's close was Friday. And there it is. Our futures data doesn't ping the exchange. Our futures data asks our own database, what was SPY's close Monday at 4 p.m. when there wasn't the data point was null. So I found the bug. I already sent him a report on it. So since our conversion is queuing, our conversion isn't like our conversion needs to say what data point do we have for SPY if we were to ping the exchange. Our futures are saying, what was the candle at SPY at 4 o'clock? And so I told them to change it to queue the data that we reference for SPY, and that should fix the bug. Just a conversions issue. So what's missing is the close and half gap on the conversion side, but we still have in the equity side. Yeah. Yes, sir. Part of this trading stream, we also are developers of this trading platform you see on the screen. So we also do like, coding and bug fixes and stuff on stream a little bit. How was that chest thing, by the way, that coffee you had? Gone, dude. Like it went away pretty quick. I had some kind of tickle for like a week when it started getting cold, and it went away. What gym do I go to? I've been going to ClassPass, or going to places on ClassPass. Now there's kind of this like CrossFit boot camp thing called Metabolic that we've been going to. There's a mix of that and an occasional solid core, which is like hardcore reformer Pilates. We'll do that. Like iDoc does that like 3 times a week. I'll do that with her like once a week. But mostly the boot camp. I was doing F45 for a while, but it is farther drive, so we found something closer to us. Check my BP. I think that's what it is, dude. I think my BP is off the charts today. That's probably what happened. Low iron, low potassium. I think it's something. Oxygen deprivation is probably that too. Just drink some milk. How's that gonna help? I hate milk. I love cooking with milk. I love sauces made out of cream. I love ice cream. I, for the life of me, cannot drink milk, like straight milk. Grosses me out, man. I don't know what it is. Just the thought of it makes me go bleh. Pilates is no joke. The reformer Pilates, dude, the solid core. Y'all see iDoc, dude. She's freaking ripped, man. They use the reformer as like a machine that's on a track, basically, and there's springs. So it's resistance training. And a lot of the moves are like core and legs and stuff, but they use that reformer and they'll load those springs up and you're like doing curls with it. And you're doing like, trying to like steady benches and stuff, incline bench. It's no joke, man. It is a hard workout. It humbled me as a dude that works out a lot. First time I went in there, it was tough. It was really tough. So, but it's good I do it for like my leg workout. That's my leg day, even though the boot camp I go to has like squats and whatever. legs and core, dude. That reformer, but it's not like your basic like bougie chick Pilates. It's like dark. There's like neon lights and there's like music. Come on, go push it, and you're working pretty hard. So it's like basically like Pilates on crack kind of thing. It's not Pilates though. It's not. I say Pilates. It's a reformer based resistance workout. It's Pilates inspired, but it's basically like Pilates on crack with on fast forward. And the reason for it is you're using you're doing two things that you don't normally do in a gym, which is holding a stance under tension. So like essentially if you're doing like a split squat or something where you're like you're trying to like, you know, do squats kind of thing, you're doing like the small movements where your legs are twitching. You get that as like twitch fibers. You don't really get that unless you do what's the type of workout where you squat against a wall. You ever done that before? I see this in football where you would lean against a wall and sit like in an invisible chair and just sit there until your legs start shaking. It's that kind of workout. There's a name for that kind of workout. Isometrics, that's the word I'm looking for. So you're doing, it's a lot of isometric, which you don't get with an active like boot camp or like a CrossFit because you're moving so much. So you get a lot of resistance training and isometric together. We have wall sits, right? So yeah, so iDoc, it's like that's her workout. She does that stuff all the time. I always want to try Pilates on crack, but I want to try Pilates while on crack though. That'd be a way to do it. Yeah, the wall sits, man. Yeah, wall sits and planks. Yeah, so like one of the workouts that they do, it's really hard. It's like you're on this machine, right? And there's a freaking spring that's connected to the other side of it. And your elbows are here. Your head is here. And you're using you're doing a plank, elbow plank, forearm plank by like pushing this spring out. So you're like resistance on a plank. It's like that kind of stuff. It's legit. I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty legit. And there's a lot of dudes that do it. When I first went, I thought I was like, okay, there's only gonna be chicks doing this stuff. But there's a lot of dudes in there. It was like, you know, but for me, that's like the one I do is like a leg focused workout. So it's like legs, squats, and that kind of stuff. And then about 3 days a week, 3 to 4 days a week, I go to Matabach, which is just your traditional CrossFit style, boot camp style. Like workout, just regular workout stuff. Start a plank when I enter a trade. You guys know I can do a plank for a long time. A lot of people don't know this about me, but I still am. I haven't done it a lot this much. I'm a practicing yogi, so I've done yoga since I was for what, 14 years now. I can do handstands. I can walk on my hands. I can do like, I've got really strong like upper body strength and core strength, so I can do a plank for a very long time without getting tired. Although I'm a little chubby these days because I haven't been working out. I'm now getting back into it, but like holiday, I kind of put on like 10 extra pounds. I feel like people can see it in my face. So to lift up 10 extra pounds is a little harder. So at least 10 pounds would be easier to lift myself up. But next, having issues. I haven't had issues with them yet. Trying to lose $500 for consistency and can't lose right now. All right. So Robbie, ready? Let me teach you a trick. Okay. Here's what you do. Go to here. Add a new ticker. NQ. Hold on, let me add. Here's how you do it. NQM. Add the June contract. Okay. You will notice that the June contract has a bid-ask spread that's pretty wide. You can open and close a position very quick. Open, close, open, close, open, close. And the distance between here is 490 and 494. So 4 points. It's $80 of loss. You can open, close, open, close, open, close, and it'll tick you down 80 bucks each time per contract. And then work your way down the consistency. Make sure every time you do this trick, go to the next traded contract and double check and do the math really quick. How much it is per contract, so you don't lose too much. Yeah. So you're basically buying to the ask, selling the bid, buying ask, selling the bid. You'll 80 bucks, 80 bucks, 80 bucks. I've done that every time I needed to inch my way back down to consistency. But remember, Rob, you gotta do this part. After you do that, delete this from your DOM. Delete it all together, because the last thing you want to do is accidentally leave it up there and then make your next trade tomorrow on it, and then you're automatically down $1,000 because you bought 5 contracts with a 4-point bid-ask spread. So if you add it on there, rule of thumb, when you're done with the exercise, take that M6 contract off of there every time before you ever trade again, because there's so many times early on in my days doing this when I left it on there, and then my next trade, I'm like, what the hell? I'm down 500 bucks. I just longed, and it's like already down 500. Like, what the hell? Okay, look at this, guys. Quick pump up on MHP. Break on S&P. News. Supreme Court doesn't rule on Trump's tariffs Tuesday. That was earlier. Court's going to take a 4-week recess, and according to its customary procedures for ruling decisions, the next possible date for tariff ruling is February 20th. No news. Now, this is just your normal, this is just noise. It was a 12-point candle on S&P, 70-point candle on NASDAQ. This is just what you see when the market when the NASDAQ is just bouncing up and down to track the stocks that are moving. Let's see if any stock particularly picked up. So essentially ABGO is the only thing that's making any kind of, I guess, big changes. ABGO bouncing on MHP right there. That's a big part of this move. So ABGO bumping off of that pretty big. Nvidia, nothing much. So I would say that, you've got a couple of big stocks. That one was at its launch point, and so stocks just picked up a little push here. Like I said, that's why we don't really take big shorts below the DD band. The market can just pop in a heartbeat. Somebody wants to buy the stocks when they're low. Just kind of wait for better opportunities. I think right now is not the time to make trades. I'm so happy with where I am right now. This could be, again, more selling pressure. There's no evidence. As a matter of fact, we popped and Arb went even lower, which probably means there's more selling pressure to come. $68.96 yellow line S&P, I think, is a resistance to play off of here. As this presses to there, it's very possible with this deteriorating further and further that there's another short setup again. What do y'all think? Woo, baby. This is below DD band activities. Yeah, just in and out. Tiny scalps here and there. That yellow line in S&P is going to be pretty gnarly. All right. Yeah, so we're going to keep an eye out there. Arb is getting worse and worse and worse as time goes by. I kind of might scalp a short one more time. Over here. I might take that trade. Worse. Well, this is getting worse, right? Y'all can see my screen. Arbitrage indicator getting worse. 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 I'm not going to short in the big account though. I just take it in. I can do one. I can do the one that has 0. I'm so like these take profits. I'm just like babysitting these things though. I can't really put big moves into them yet until I build a huge buffer. 92 on ARB to the negative side. Let's do it with like 1 contract. One contract is still pretty risky with the volatility. Do I want to do it? One contract is it? I'll leave it at 1. All right, I'll be right back, guys. I'm gonna refill my water. Maybe I'll give me some breakfast real quick. What do I want to eat though? Yeah, whatever. Here. NT8 update. Yeah, that's a work in progress. It's going to be some time before we get fully integrated into the Ninja ecosystem for sure. We haven't even started the project yet. We just got direction on where to go from here. All right. I'm getting progressively worse. Bigger and bigger and bigger stretch. S&P trying to make a run for it here at the yellow line. It's gonna be really strong resistance right here that could fight pretty hard. No. Negative res MHP resistance a 3rd time. I'd be really shocked to see if we break through that and break out. We'll see. All right. I'm gonna take a short right here in this account, the one that's a 0. Is it fair to say it's hard to be profitable without scaling in and out position? 100%. It's impossible to be profitable with just picking an entry and exit and getting out unless you've got some magic predictability on this market. Most people that are successful because of immaculate position management strategies. Scaling in, scaling out, adding while red, closing while green, and making sure you're just keeping your cost basis managed correctly. Booking profits or adding the profits. So I never add to a winning trade. That's different than what I think a lot of people are taught. If I'm long and the market takes off and I'm running, I never go, oh yeah, let's add more to it and make the win bigger. That's a stupid decision. What I do is I am always reducing my size as I'm making money. I don't pretend like, just think of it like this. If you long here and then you added like twice as much here, think of it as like 2 trades. You were smart here, and then you're the dummy here. Pretend you didn't even do that, and the market just busted up, and now you're all in long at the end of this. Like, you don't want to be the person that's in heavy at the end. So what I normally do is when I'm building my position, say that pretend I wanted the long right here, and it falls to there, I'll add, and then I'll add a little bit more below it to get my cost basis as low as I can so that the trade can take off with the favorable cost basis. I'm the kind of person that subtracts as I'm winning and adds only to lower a cost basis. I never add to increase the risk and increase the reward. I always add to lower a cost basis to improve my chances of a reward to begin with. That's the secret to being profitable, in my opinion. So let me repeat what I said. When you're winning and you add to a winner, all you're doing is increasing the amount that you're winning or losing. If you add to lower a cost basis, you're increasing the probability that you win altogether. The probability that you won, you're already winning. So the odds are pretty much what they are. You're not increasing your probability, you're just speeding up the win you already have, or speeding up a loss. This, when you add and lower cost basis, you're improving your odds of winning to begin with. So you're maintaining a better position management there. That's the way I see it. No, I'm not in a trade right now here. I'm gonna take one from here. I've got one contract short in this account that has 0. That's it. This one here. This one. -1, like literally just pennies. I think the short trade has already happened, probably so, yeah. I don't have any desire whatsoever. So it's martingale? That's not what a martingale is, no. Managing a cost basis. Okay, an example, right? When you, again, adding to a winner is just you're adding to the stupid part of the trade. Like if you were to long here and the market takes off, you're doubling down here. Well, your break even, say that you bought 1 and then you bought 2 more there, then your break even is now there. The market can fall to there and now you're red again before you're green. Adding to winners is what gamblers do. Like, let's add, let's let her roll, let's keep going, let's keep going. Trading is about being first in and first out. You want to be in when nobody sees it. You want to be out when everybody wants to get in. You don't do it that way. You're trading at the dummy spot, which is chasing. Chasing is where the idiots trade. You see it and you're like, oh, I don't want to miss out on that. Let me add to that. All you're doing is increasing your probability of failure because you've raised your cost basis closer to your second entry. I only use my additional money to lower my cost basis. That's the point of what I'm trying to say. I only add to improve my odds of that original trade working. So if I have like, pretend that this is a long pivot and that's a long pivot and the market just like bounces and falls to there and I buy, then it falls to there, then I buy some more, then hovers in there. Adding here lowers my cost basis for the overall long play out for a better favorable position and further away from stopping out losing by doing that. So I use my capital to, oh, got going on here. Something broke MHP. Who is it? ABGO? Well, that was earlier. No, half cap. Oh, Google. Sorry, Google cross half cap. Oh, nice. So Google, baby. Google tapping half cap there. Is I want to be like, I want to long this so bad. You have no idea. Technically speaking, the 150K is slightly better liquidity than the 50K. They're the two highest ranked of the accounts. 150K gives you a little bit more. Let me give you exactly the payout difference. 150K here. The major difference is the payout amount. The 150K payout amount is $4,500. buffer. Oh, hold on, let me start over. Hold on. The 50K is. So how much you have to make before you can request a payout. That's the trick with TPT. So the 50K is, hold on one second. Let me get through the numbers here. Here. So the way that we calculate the score is we take the buffer that you need to make before you can request a payout. So we assume that you get the buffer and that's a payout that you request. Because the scaling on that, it goes from like the 25K is 1,500, then it goes to 2,000, then 25, then 3,000. You get a big jump to 4,500 bucks for the 150 for a minimal change in price relative to the other ones. So the 450 gives you bigger potential for your first payout to be slightly bigger. That's why it ranks a little higher, a little bit more wiggle room. But the 50 and the 150s are pretty much neck and neck on the scoring. 150 just being slightly better. So now what happened was we had Google sort of jump ship here. And now Google is providing a little bit that upside movement here. Like I said, when markets are irrational, we kind of like don't assume that we've got good, strong leading indicators because the market's irrational. Remember, ARB is just observational when you are below DD band. We teach you guys in the class, all of your resilience is everything, just observational at this point. Use them with a grain of salt. Make sense? No need to you're gonna see the market just rapidly shift around as something moves. Today it's Google that's moving, right? That's what's caused the big upswing there. Just Google. That's the only thing that moved. And so Nasdaq is like listening to it with volatility. And so when Google moved, Nasdaq was moving to go with it. Jalim, listen. This environment, when you are below these green lines, for the most part, I tell new traders, sit out. The only reason I'm trading is because I kind of have control in this environment. Down here is sit out. I know it sounds crazy just to wake up to a day like this and say sit out. These bands, the market is irrational. New traders, irrational, sit out. What is irrational? We break MHP, we lose DD band, irrational. I'd completely would sit out. Don't give up, just give up today. Today's the day that you don't want to be doing much. It's like part of a good trading strategy is to like wake up, look at the day and say, nope, not today. Like I just closed out that short, by the way. I don't like that it's holding above here with good arbs. So very major pivot point. Yeah. Agreed. Although I don't think the long trade is what takes off from here. I kind of do believe in the short, I'm not gonna lie. Not the current state of things. I think people's memories are too fresh from last year's tariff shit. We're gonna have a total repeat of it. I can feel it. For my 1 million challenge. Oh, okay, let me start over. No, how many accounts? No, guys, this is a real trading account. This is real. This is 276,000 real dollars. So this is just one trading account. This is not a prop thing I'm doing. This is a real trading account. This is my own personal money. And I'm just trading this account to $1 million bucks. So you guys watch. You make $1 million live on stream in one account. I'm using Trade to trade it. Yeah. Real US dollars, baby. As real as it gets. Yeah, no, it's not a prop thing. The real thing. I gotta tell you, the stake profit is hard with like trailing drawdown stuff, dude. I hate trailing drawdown. You can't trade in environments like this successfully with trailing drawdown. This is nuts. Rock's been very helpful to you tremendously. I told you today based on DD res trade small today. That's it. Holy shit, Arb is negative 100 again. What the heck? Dude. Google just flipped sides against something else too. Goog and Google. Ah, something else. There's Goog and Google both lost half cap. So we are literally on the edge of a move. So be very careful. We're so sensitive that Google is what's causing the bigger moves now with 100 points to the downside. Anything's possible here. Holy crap. It's not broken. No. It's not broken. It's just early. Futures are moving up, but the potential is down. It doesn't mean that when markets are irrational, these are not leading indicators anymore. We always told you that. When you're below DD band, these are not going to likely be leading indicators. You got to be very careful. It's just telling you the potential. Now, Google is right on the edge. It means Google can go both directions. So it's going to flip-flop a little bit. And we're going to watch what Google is doing. See right here? Google is crossing up and down half gap. So Google is literally like deciding, do we launch or do we sell? We probably hit the DD band and turn around and sell off. So I think that's probably what's going to happen. That's just my thought, though. Am I using Tradeovate as my broker? Yeah, Ninja Trader is my broker, yeah. Goog and Google, that potential was there. So honestly, guys, if you want my opinion, I think that this move today, we finished this hour about here. This is the high, and we're coming down. I'm going to take in the big account. Few contracts, nothing big. Nothing big at all. That's it. Memory's too fresh about this tariff stuff and the fact that Denmark is like throwing the rhetoric of like, yeah, we're gonna stand firm. We got another week of this bullshit over Greenland. So, you know, the powers that be are gonna beat their chests, and it just reminds me of last January. It really does. Feel it. I'll feel it. You know what I mean? Just reading the news as is, you know, this is kind of how it goes. This is how it goes. In this kind of area here. Yellow line rejection is what I'm playing. Let's see if we get it. If we get below yellow line rejection, then we're finding lower lows for the day. That's it. The opportunity is really, it's small. I'm small wrong small, and right big. So it's an opportunity. R&R is massive on this one, on this rejection if we get it. But yeah. So if we sell from here, guys, if we sell from here, that's my target, and I'm stopped right there for the most part. Well, same thing here. Nasdaq is different, but same path. Wrong small, right big. If we fail this and we fall, it's down to there. I mean, it's tariff noise, guys. Like, the market has been very good at like repeating its history. Like you know, like if the tariff noise is still going to be noisy, And then earnings, like we were leading into earnings without this tariff stuff, the market wasn't super bullish. Now leading into earnings with this tariff stuff, it feels like a total flip. Everything's to the other side, yeah. Minus 111, dude. Yeah, I'm taking it. I'm going to take it. I'll take it. All right. Minus 111, dude. And that's Goog and Google losing half cap. Put both of those on little side charts here. We did have a little bit of movement up to the upside in NVIDIA and to the upside in AVGO. We got Google and Goog, which is giving us that little fight there. AVGO is starting to rally a little tiny bit. Little short squeeze pressure right there. But in all honesty, guys, unless something changes, I fear that we're destined for lower, at least over the course of the week. How many points of stop loss do I use? Well, according to this, 100, right? I don't know yet, though. Usually 40, but that joke's aside with the new ARB joke. You'd have 100 points of overshoot. Gets me all the way to there. Could be the accurate answer, though. Do I want to, like, go a little heavier than 2? Like 3? Again, I'm just trading with dollars at this point. I'm not putting heavy risk on the board. Just another 400 points to drop. Are we going to another trade war with Europe? Oh, the market hates that kind of stuff. Well, all right then. All right then. Let's take it. Dun, 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 dun. 3 contracts is like I'm not gonna cry if I lose. I'm not gonna do backflips if I win. This is playing with maybe $2,000-3,000 worth of range here. I got it in 2 of my take profits, by the way. These 2 right here. Scalping for some buffer. Buffer, baby. They should not be trading trailing drawdowns in volatile environments, so that's the rule of thumb. Day trading, trailing drawdown accounts, don't be trading in this environment because you're gonna get chopped so much until you build a buffer. That's like the, but I'm like, what's the max contracts I'd ever get into based on what I teach or what I would do? Take the net lick, divide by the margin requirement. I think with NASDAQ is like what? Let me do it really quick. What are the interesting? $30 is what I'm doing, but I'm over leveraging on purpose to push this account fast. Let's go to here. Let's look it up really quick. It was 30K, but I think they recently upped it. On NASDAQ, it is now 30. Yeah, about 30K. Okay. S&P, top of my head, is 20. Okay, yeah, 20 still. So you divide this by 30K is 9 NASDAQ contracts is about how leveraged I need to be for plus or minus 3% a day on average by the typical movement. So 9 contracts should be the max I should do, but I'm doing 30, 3 times that. Because I want to push this account hard. So trim the trader, the equation is that I teach is you take your net lick divided by 1.1 times that CME margin number. So it was what CME group was at 33,000, so it's 36.3. So 27 divided by 36 is actually like closer to 8 and some change. So that's the maximum that you should technically do without being what I like to call over leveraged. Is bootcamp real data? If everyone can see the order flow, majority can be in one direction. It makes no sense. I don't understand. Is bookmap real data? Sorry, at least a bootcamp. If everyone can see the order flow, majority can be in one direction. It makes no sense. I'm not a big subscriber to that whole philosophy either of reading that kind of stuff for useful information. Maybe I'm just not that good at it. But is it useful to some people? Some people here find it very useful. I don't use it though. Somebody said ICT structure for liquidity makes a big difference for clean entries. Yeah, like people use ICT stuff and rocket scooter stuff together, hand in hand. They love it. Let's go. I went ahead and added more to my funded next, or added one more account funded next to that short side as well. All right, I got my scalp there. Again, there's a 60-point scalp. Let's close that. Close that. Make some profit on that. Like I'm just scalping. Scalping. I'm just trying to build buffer in these take profit accounts. Scalping. Yo, did we already make it through the playlist already? Damn. I still have 2 of my Fund and X accounts I haven't touched yet. I'm trading them all a couple at a time here. Ooh, it's starting to get a little violent on the tick chart here. Market's making a decision right now. Are we crashing or are we rallying? This is the decision we got to make. Little retrace mechanic there. Are we falling out? I just take the 2,000, 3,000 bucks. I hold on to the 3 and let it ride. Any reason I don't trade the Dow and Russell? Yeah, so whatever you trade, you better understand everything about it. I don't give 2 shits about small cap companies. I can even name 5 companies in the Russell. To be honest, put a gun to my head. So I don't want to follow a bunch of small cap companies. And the Dow Jones is just a kind of a shitty index because it's not market cap weighted and doesn't represent every company out there. So it's missing key components. So greater macro of the economy can be attributed or to like a good understanding of the S&P because it contains the top 500 companies in general. But because the Dow Jones is like cherry picking a couple of companies, they may fall out of the greater macro. So, you know, certain news can come out. It doesn't have every tech company in there. So it misses intra-sector rotation. An example is if some news comes out that specifically affects Goldman Sachs, people that want to be in banking might trim their Goldman and add more to Bank of America or Citi or whatever. If whatever stock they're taking out and putting in, the S&P will capture that rotation. Dow Jones won't because they might get out of Boeing and get into something else. Is Boeing part of Dow Jones? And that something else won't be captured and that rotation won't be seen. So because of that, the Dow Jones could be plunging when everything else is flat or it could be rallying when everything else is flat. So therefore, if you are trading a partial index like the Dow Jones, just has a partial amount of the companies, you have to actually study the micro of those 30 companies, which is a whole lot more work. If you're just technically trading with charts, you can fucking trade anything though. That's the thing. Technical traders can just make a chart with anything. I don't like to just make a chart. I like to understand why something moves. So if like the Fed changes interest rates, you're going to see money flowing in and out of the stock market in general via the S&P. If you see something that happens with Apple, I think Apple's still part of the Dow Jones. Then the Dow Jones might fly up and then the S&P might not. What is on the list? Is it still Apple? Yeah, Apple, Amazon. You don't have every stock there. So the thing is that it's going to miss out on certain things. It has a big portion of the reason it moves with the rest of the indices because it has a lot of overlap with Nvidia, Apple. I'm seeing there's a lot of Amazon are kind of there, American Express. These all overlap with the NASDAQ, right? But you don't have like every other consumer goods companies or pharmaceutical companies. You know, like you might have news that, you know, something's happening with AbbVie, and then people are dumping that and jumping in the J&J, and then all of a sudden Dow Jones goes up and the S&P stays flat. You really have to study each individual component, just like it's commodities. Like if you're trading gold, you got to understand what makes gold move and really understand the micro that goes into it. That's why I don't trade the Dow Jones. Does that make sense, everybody? Does this make sense? You can't just throw a chart on. I mean, you could just throw a chart and trade liquidity as much as you want, but also you really, really have to pay attention to each one of those companies, because in the S&P you're sort of protected. People, if something just affects one company, then the S&P stock may go down, one goes down and they rotate into another stock, and then it goes up, and the S&P just kind of stays neutral. But the Dow Jones is very, very particular for those individual companies. And because it's so tech weighted, you know, you're going to get, essentially, it's just following the NASDAQ now, but there's times when that wasn't the case. Back in the day, the Dow Jones was detached a lot more from the market because tech wasn't the big stuff. Back when oil companies were the top companies in the early 2000s, the Dow Jones and the S&P would just, they would be all over the place. They wouldn't really follow each other that easily. All right, let me go ahead and take profit on all of this. I'm happy with another scalp, although I think it's going to fall and sell off. I'm pretty chill on that. So I closed my take profits. I closed this. I closed my fund. Like I said, I'm just too scared to be in this for long periods of time. Although I think down is the play. I don't care to stay in it too much longer. So I was open in a short in 4 accounts there. 2 of these are still at 0. So 8, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 8 is now, it was 8, 4, 3, 2, 1, and 800. Now it's 8, 6, 3, 3, 2, 100, and 700. So, and plus this went up to 23,000. So I think I'm pretty happy with this. I'm going to probably chill for a little bit. Let's see where I am now. Do I have 100% win rate today? I've nailed every scalp. I'm pretty good. Baby! That R being negative. Oh, that was good. That was a good one. That was a good one. I'm just taking 40 points and calling it. So, 26 plus 23. 50K day, guys. We did it. Last week, I had 3 back-to-back-to-back 40K, 50K days. Tuesday on CPI was a 50K day. Wednesday was like high 40s. Thursday was high 40s. Friday was a slight bit of loss. And then we're back to 50K. Let's rip it. Yes, sir. Happy. And I'm done. I'm done. This market sucks. Nice Photoshop. I know. I'm pretty quick at Photoshopping these days. No. They hate us because they ain't us. And this is the reality of life. Dude, ever since I got to be, you know, I'm the second biggest future streamer now. And ever since I started working my way up in the viewer count, all these other guys who used to be big, or they thought they were big, are getting smaller. They're very mad. He got so big. I'm like, yeah, these paper trading kids. So since Christmas, I've made $169,000, 65% win rate. Because I've gone on the winning streak. Oh. Or here's the stats. Since Christmas. I had to Photoshop that real quick, you know. So since I lost in December, but since Christmas, I've been on a huge winning streak. 168K profit, 65% win rate, $203 expectancy. Run up to drawdown is 2.25 to 1, which ain't so bad in this environment. This environment sucks balls. $170,000 in a month. That's not bad. Or this is one account. I was down in December. Let's not forget about that. I was down about 150 in December though. But January's barely over. Barely progressed, so we're good. People are jealous of people's success. Well, not only just that, it's more along the lines of, you know, these these little fraudulent little gurus, you know, the paper trading, you know, whatever they're doing to try to make a few bucks here and there on social media. That's the only way they're going to make money. So they don't have to go back to, you know, sweeping the floors at the elementary school they used to work at. And this is there's the way out. You know, so many people are like, where the heck did my border go? My border's missing. What the heck? The top border. Did I delete that? That's so weird. It just vanished. My stream totally glitched out. Like, my border's gone. Where'd it go? What went wrong in December? Oh my God, everything went wrong in December. I don't want to talk about it. Where'd my border go? The source file is missing? I lost my border, guys. Hold on, let me add it back up there again. Well, huh? Let me see really quick. What in the world? Figure out where to go. Literally, it just glitched out. The source file is missing. Where'd it go? Let me re-download it. Hold on. See, I'm glad I closed down that short. See, I'm telling you, I don't like to short for long periods of time. Below DD band, we have like a no shorting rule for this particular reason. It's just too choppy. Get in, get out, take what you want. Which one of y'all hacking my stream over here? I'm gonna have to close the stream for just a second. But I'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. We'll do giveaways in like 5 minutes when I get back. Don't go anywhere. All right, we're back. The border is back. I don't know what happened. What happened to my border? Well, it's back. All right. It said source file was corrupt or missing. I'm like, okay. Okay. Do 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 do. All right, we back? All right. We're back. All right. Fabian's like, I'm in charge now. the minute I leave, it becomes like all like Lord of the Flies over here. You guys are like teaming up, making gangs, y'all aren't war with each other. Power struggle immediately takes place. Love it. How do I personally find my daily bias? One thing that messes you up trading. All right, so DX, we have 3 indicators that do this for us. Okay, so 3 things. My daily bias is set by, number 1 at the top, understanding what's going on in the market around me. General macroeconomic fundamentals. What is driving the market up or down in a macro sense? Right now, people are looking at recession or not in a recession, right? So a couple things you look for is GDP going up, and is unemployment going down, and inflation going down. These are all bullish fundamentals. And if you're S&P and Nasdaq traders, that's like the minimum you need to stretch to understand those 3 are the big moving factors at all. And then of course, as a side note, the bottom two are part of the Fed's dual mandate right now for rate cuts. So FOMC really cares about your inflation, unemployment numbers right now. This is for rate cuts. So this is fundamentals, bare minimum. That's like 90% of really what you care about. Number two, indicators of market scooter. We have greater market indicators, which tell us the state of the stocks, the index itself. Greater market, first one is this DD ratio. If that ratio at the top left of the screen is less than half, it's bearish. The stocks are bearish. So right now, the stocks are very, 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 very bearish. Number two, RB. If the S&P is below its monthly hedge pressure or above its monthly hedge pressure, it means that the S&P has negative or positive gamma hedging in the monthly. So this is just a fancy word of explaining that there is just this net downward or upward pressure. Right now, it's upward, which is good. So we do have competing pressures. So this is bullish, this is bearish. You got pushing both ways. So market's going to be a little indecisive here. Right now, all of these greater market signals are very bullish. Okay. Monthly maps, which is another tool that we have, which forecasts the S&P 3 months out. Monthly maps are very bearish. So we have two indicators pointing down, one pointing up, and then the greater economy is pointing up. So fundamentally, we're bullish. Positionally, stocks and the longer term outlook on the S&P are actually bearish, with just today having some bull pressure from here. If we lose this MHP line, then all three of these things are bearish in a bull market. So why could that happen? Well, topical. Last thing we look for is topical news, something that's new. Right now, we have a topical news of two things: earnings coming up. We have tariffs coming up, or tariffs going on right now, right? This is going to overshadow any greater market structure. So bigger fundamental structure. This is positional data from today, a month out and 3 months out, and then topical changes that just happened. So topically right now, people are hesitant to be long because of earnings, and the tariffs now threw a wrench in everybody's plans. Greater economy is bullish, which tells me, okay, if I were to fast forward it, like, you know, through whatever crap we have, 3 to 6 months from now, we're trading higher. I'm pretty certain of that because this is all very good. This is on a 1 month to 3 month scale. So in the 1 to 3 month scale, we could possibly go lower because of this topical shit. And then ultimately, once it heals itself, we're back in. Trump usually solves his tariff-related bullying of the world within months at a time, as we've learned over the last few terms. And the earnings are going to be over in February. So major earnings will be done. So January through February could be a choppy mess because of the topical stuff. Maybe next expiration, things are good. So a month out, we're back to rallying. And I look at it just like that. Yeah, as Inside the Tape says, this is legit selling. This isn't like just a one-day sell-off. All the structures switch over today is legit selling. That could be multi-day or multi-week selling. I agree, yeah. That somebody has the conch. Piggy blowing the conch shell. We need order, guys. No, we need to hunt. Hunt boars. Can I still attribute this to sector rotation, or is it legit selling? Legit selling. Yeah. All things are kind of selling off right now. You'll know that your answer to that question is this right here. If this ratio is less than half, then the majority of the market cap is bearish. If we're selling off, but this number is still half, you can attribute that to sector rotation. Yeah, good question. Perfect execution today. Yeah, that's pretty good. Can you explain the concept of zero gamma? What do you mean zero gamma? The concept of zero gamma. So what gamma is, I think maybe you're asking the question wrong. Gamma is equal to the change in delta or price, the partial del at fixed other Greeks. Let's just put a gamma to represent all other Greeks. In time. Okay. Which is equal to the second par del of price. Same structure hold. So put this math here, right? Zero delta hedging, I think what we're trying to say. So gamma is the speed at which delta changes per price, which is the acceleration at which the price of the option changes. Okay. The speed at which the options price changes per price is equal to the amount of the order flow that comes to gamma hedge and delta hedge. Okay. Faster acceleration and speed, more order flow per change in price. So more volume, right? Zero gamma doesn't make sense because zero gamma is what you'll have at price 0 and price infinity. Gamma will be 0 when you do the math there. So no gamma means no acceleration, which doesn't happen at boundaries. The only time gamma will be 0. So try to rephrase your question, Cray, if you don't mind. I could show you that on a right here. Oops, let me show you. Gamma is 0 on the edges. Maybe it means zero gamma hedging. Or what did whatever you're trying to like get clarification on, what did that person or that thing you're quoting tell you? I think you're probably referencing like somebody's talking about something. Let's just add like gamma here. See, gamma is like 0 way at 500 S&P, like way in the money on the call side. And then way out of the money gamma is also 0. So 0 gamma just means there's no acceleration of delta. If I were to add delta to this, you can see that delta goes from 0 to 0. Because there is no delta change this far in and out of the money, there's no gamma to go with it. A change from 0 to 0 is just 0. So gamma only really shows up, like if you're gonna like do a little spectrum around at the money, your options, like your delta is gonna kind of be like 100, and you get close to here, it's gonna be. That's a really poor drawing of delta. Delta's gonna look like this. Oops. Delta looks like that. And your gamma curve looks like this. Like that. So gamma is mostly 0 at the 0 and infinity boundaries, and then tapering off to when you have that sort of slope and delta at the money. So that's when you'll see gamma. When you say 0 gamma, it just means no change in delta. Delta goes from 0 to 0, then the difference is 0. So gamma is the speed at which delta changes. It makes sense. Gamma hedging is an adjustment to a delta hedging philosophy, whereas you can use like forecasting, like if you know that price is moving like this, and then you're going to guess, well, price is maybe going to go there. I can use delta and gamma to forecast how many shares I need to buy to neutralize options exposure on like a distance travel sort of thing. All right, you got some other questions. The Arb reading is flip-flopping, and this is because we've got, I think it's Google and AVGO still crossing up and down half gap. Yep, that's what's causing it. You got a couple stocks right on the fence there. I'm probably done shorting it for now though, but even though it probably is, I still think it's coming down. Zero gamma, as Jerry is saying, is for aggregated positions. Okay. Of all open contracts, it is estimated, of course, zero gamma is the price at which all options gamma sum to 0. Oh, okay. So net, okay, net makes sense if that's the context. Thanks, Jerry. So what we're just saying is, so if you go back to what I showed you a second ago, okay, let me clarify what Jerry's helpful explanation is really helpful. So gamma is, again, always positive because gamma is a difference between a number that's always positive on the call side. Gamma on the put side is also positive on a delta that's always negative. Okay. So zero gamma means constant delta. And if you're talking zero net gamma between puts and calls, you're going to see that there's always a positive number of gamma. Okay. So there is really no zero gamma. It's more like the effects of gamma is neutralized on a aggregated basis. But the thing is that it's kind of hard to say it that way too, because gamma is always positive, no matter what you add up. You aggregate positions here, 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 and here. Your nets is always going to be greater than equal to 0. It's only 0. Your gamma is only 0 when you have positions out here. So maybe gamma becomes 0 when you aggregate such a large portion of the 0 gamma that it's essentially roughly equal to 0. You're basically really far out of the money, really far in the money on those aggregates. I think that's what you're saying. Short position is negative gamma and a long position is positive gamma. If you're talking about neutralization of order flow, 0 gamma, meaning neutralization of order flow, I use the same term and call it max gamma. Because your gamma is actually maximized. Right, so your puts and call flow of shorting and longing, then the negative, that's where the confusion comes in. The negative connotation is not negative as far as the number is concerned. They're saying negative as far as the position polarity. So in this case, with Jerry's clarification, negative meaning shorting and positive meaning longing. That's what you mean. And 0 means a net order flow that's balanced. Yeah, so that's to answer that question, yeah. So when you're saying crayfish, if this makes some sense, gamma neutrality. Okay, so what that's basically, and Jerry's clarification helps with that. So what they're using positive and negative to stand for, it's not the value of gamma. That's what I was talking about. Positive indicates a longing. Negative indicates shorting in this case. While gamma itself is always positive, a positive gamma in the money is going to have, in a call position, for instance, it's in the money with positive gamma, then the seller of the call is somebody bought the call from them, so they're going to have to long against that gamma. So a call seller that's in the money will be contributing to positive gamma. A put seller that's in the money will be contributed to negative gamma. If you have to wrap your head around that, let me draw it really quick. So the way that they're describing that has to do with the neutrality of the position, the risk. The example is you have at the money here, right? Price goes through there. Somebody sold a call right here, therefore they're pushing through there. Gamma is going to be some positive number, 0.2 or 0.1 or whatever, and therefore you're going to have somebody that sold the call is going to have to long so many shares. Let's just put long delta gamma. So that long is denoted by the positive. Positive delta and positive gamma are long hedging. If somebody were to sell a put and the put goes out of the money, the option here, the call went in the money, the put went out of the money, then the person that sold the put who was short will be covering their short and also long gamma and delta, or covering short. If puts are in the money, market's down here. So remember, you have options in and out of the money all through the entire spectrum. If puts are in the money, then somebody that sold the put now has to short against that gamma and delta. So neutral or 0 would be when the longing and the shorting equal each other. That makes sense. Oh, that makes sense, right? Follow. So in that example, they're talking about gamma neutrality or 0 gamma. Okay. So not a stupid question, crayfish. It's just the way that they say this. This is your basic. Let me teach you the Rockseer way of doing this. That's the basic description of gamma exposure. They call it gamma flips or whatever. It's actually maximum gamma, and I hate the connotation of 0 gamma. What happens? It's neutral. But what we describe here is max gamma, where that number of gamma is maximized, not just polarity positive, negative, but the maximum gamma is the max amount of volume. I'm doing a volume chart here. Monthly hedge pressure is maximum amount of volume due to the gamma flipping. that's where you get that sort of activity. When you go from one side of monthly hedge pressure to the next, you have options in and out of the money throughout the entire spectrum. The maximum amount of gamma is the maximum amount of change of order flow due to everybody's hedging on every option. And that order flow is maximized here. That's why we call it the max gamma. There's no, like the neutral part doesn't really have any effect on the market. The neutralization just means the dealers stop doing anything. If you think about like what neutralization means, like a neutralization point is everybody's balanced. When everybody's balanced, then you no longer have to pretend that like nobody's able to trade except for market makers with options positions that they've sold. If you're at gamma 0, then the market stops trading because there's nobody hedging anymore. So once you reach neutrality, the market maker activity ceases. Always eat the gamma cookie. Does that make sense? So it balanced, right? If the only people allowed to trade were people hedging their options position, then once everyone's neutral, then no one's trading anymore. We can all agree to that, right? So 0 gamma, meaning 0 delta hedging is taking place, meaning 0 trading is taking place. So therefore, market making activity to hedge ceases until a new order pops in, which shifts the balance, and then they balance that back to neutral. And so say an example is neutral will be 0. The straw line here is 0. And say that market makers finally have neutralized themselves to 0. And then finally the door opens and you're like, okay, we'll allow one person to make a trade who's not a dealer. That person makes a trade and shifts the balance, then all the market makers hedge themselves back to 0. What does that neutralization point tell you, right? A lot of people try to use this as some kind of balancing act, like you can just, if you're down here, then dealers are just going to apply some short pressure. If you're up here, then dealers are going to apply some long pressure to balance. And so what you have to understand is that what we call the gamma flip, where it's really a delta arc. When your delta goes up and comes down, that sort of inflection point, it just leads to the maximum amount of activity of everybody's trading. So the takeaway is that when you're above the point of maximum gamma, there's just more longing than shorting. You're in a positive gamma state. You're going to have a little bit of extra longing pressure going this way. When you're below, there's going to be a little bit extra shorting pressure this way. So there's a polarity here. Like we have a joke on the stream, we call it a whoosh fan. I always draw a fan like below these points to show that there's just like this magic sort of like whooshing of air that's trying to lift it off of around that point. Yeah. Yeah. So it's the flip point for hedging, if you may, as Jerry is explaining. The flip point is where you flip polarity from what we call positive to negative. And the connotation is like, I don't like the way your traditional gamma exposure folks have labeled this stuff, because positive and negative in a math sense indicate positive and negative numbers. Whereas gamma is always positive. It's really positive and negative hedging, which really means long and short hedging. We describe it in a way that's more easy to understand. At the flip point, there's just more longing than shorting. For every option that's out there, there's maybe 2 people longing per 1 person shorting at that point. Whereas below it, there's more people shorting than longing. So that's the pressure that's sensed. Like right now at MHP, the fan is blowing up from here. It's going to try really hard to not lose that line. And if it does, it creates a scenario that can cascade the market lower. And that's what's called a gamma squeeze. But yeah, good questions. Good question. Not dumb question at all. The terminology is confusing because I hate using positive and negative gamma. I like to say positive and negative gamma hedging, which is the correct terminology, is correct when you put the word hedging there. Why did I erase the fan? My bad. Yeah. So the nomenclature, at least like people have labeled this stuff, they call it positive gamma and negative gamma. It's incomplete. I've redefined, I mean, I'm pioneering the industry. They should use my definition instead of these other kooky ones. Call it positive gamma hedging, and then it makes more sense in your head. Okay. Like positive gamma hedging, the positive tells you long hedging, right? So then it makes more sense to what it is actually what you're yeah. Jerry is explaining further. If we're on the positive side of gamma, yeah. See, positive side of gamma, even though gamma is always a positive number, that leads to the confusion. So on the positive side of gamma means the long side of gamma hedging, delta will go up and induce more. Depends on if the caller puts side of the money, if you're covering shorts or longing. But if you look on this little all products thing, an example is we're going to talk about like at the money calls, right? As you move up here, these are more calls in the money. As you get closer to here, there's more and more and more positive delta hedging. So delta is going down when there's more hedging. This is where it gets confusing. See how delta is 1 and 9 and 8 and 7? Delta's actually going down when gamma is going up. But the delta is going down in a less positive. The math is weird, but if you just think of it like hedging, it doesn't make sense. Delta's going down, but it's the distance between delta that makes gamma go up. So in the call sense, when you go further and further and further out of the money, delta goes down towards 0. In the put sense, when you go further and further out of the money as well, it goes from -1 to 0. So the delta is where it all balances out, is because the negative is on the put side of delta. So the math works out because your negative is there and your positive is there. That's where it gets to, that's where you get your neutralization. But it just shows that that's the way that the Black-Scholes works. The math is kind of hard to wrap your head around. So because delta is going down, and here delta is down and going up, it's going up from a negative and it's going down from a 1. So 1 goes down to 0, -1 goes up to 0, and now you got your balance. Yeah. But as Jerry's explaining it, as price goes up, delta goes up, and hedging is against price. Hedging equals selling, or hedging equals buying, depending on which side you're on. Negative gamma means price going through more negative gamma forces. So negative and positive in the connotation of the way that they talk about in like this kind of softwares is implying the hedging direction. Positive is longing, negative is selling, or positive is buying, negative is selling. It's the hedging that matters. Gamma is always positive. I like when you guys explain my long top X comes in with the Cliff Notes, better version of saying it. Gamma is always non-zero, but the hedging can be neutral at that flip spot. Yeah. It's the hedging that matters. You miss gamma the person. Oh yeah, no. Come on, guys, short. Everybody short. Guys, short. Don't forget to short. So what hedge pressure and monthly hedge pressure lines are very simple. Let me draw them for you really quick. Or let me explain them. These are your gamma flip, going back to the same conversation spots, based on monthly options and weekly options. Monthly options we segregate out because it's a really stronger power. Just those monthlies are where your long institutional positions are like holding on to the big positions. Essentially, it's just like this. If price is below here, there's a sort of like just a very strong pressure of selling. As you approach this from the bottom, it's like a wind that's pushing away from it. If you approach it from the top, it's a wind pushing away from here. It's just like a wind So there's just this underlying mechanical trading balancing out this hedging. That's all it is. So remember when I had the whoosh fan over here and somebody was like, why'd you erase the fan? Right? I just draw, we draw these little goofy little desktop fans here. The fan is blowing air. You see how as it approaches here, there's just some kind of like force trying to lift it off of it. So the flip is when you get to the other side and reject it, then that force starts to speed it up that way. You can imagine it like you're walking down the streets, you know, like the subway grates in New York or something. The air blows up. There's just activity that sort of like maximizes at this line. So it's a flip spot. When you get close to here, volume always spikes up around this hedge pressure line. You can see right here, volume went up just a little bit, about double amount. That most of that extra volume has to do with hedging and people balancing there. Yeah. Think Gamma's the new Susan? LOL. Probably so. I know, right? Ever since we got really big, a handful of really teeny tiny YouTuber influencers are like, they're always in this like way of they got to protect their income. That's what it is. They make so little as it is. Every dollar counts. Every affiliate code that's used counts. Some of these little rinky-dink influencers make like a paltry $10,000 a month selling codes. They make dick shit a year, and then when you get big, they got something to say about you. But the thing is that they don't ever say, are you a bad trader? I'm a great trader. Check my stuff out. They're just like, I don't like this guy. This guy's insensitive. This guy's mean. This guy's a tool. This guy's a loser. And I'm like, this guy fucking trades circles around all of you kids. Like, I don't care. It's just the funniest part of once you get big. There's only like 3 people or 4 people on YouTube that trade a real trading account with real money in it. I'm one of them. None of them got anything to say about the trading. They don't like, oh, I don't like his hair. I don't like him. He's a piece of shit. He's a scammer. He's a loser. Hey, bro, whatever he photoshops his results, whatever they want to say. None of them say, I'm a better trader than him. They don't ever say that. They can't. I got 2 tournament wins under my belt this year. I've gone live in 3 prop firms. My first year ever doing it. I'm taking this account to $1 million on stream. My trading accolades cannot be challenged. Can't cancel talent. Part of life. Say what you want about Michael Jordan. He slam dunk from the fucking free throw line. Say whatever you want. He can jump from the free throw line to an ATM machine. His bank account's pretty big because of it. He's got bad breath, probably so. But anyways, one thing that you'll know about winners and losers, here's the difference in life. Losers are too busy talking about the back of the person that ran past them in the race because that's all they can see. I don't like the back of his shoes. I don't like the back of his head. I don't like the back of his shirt. You know what the winner doesn't do? The winner doesn't talk about the losers because they're never turning around to look behind them. People they pass up. I don't even know what they look like. I don't even know what their faces look like because I don't even turn around to look. What color hair they have? I don't even know. I only saw the back of their heads before I passed them up. The losers always talk about the back of the winner, but the winner never turns around to look at the loser. My feed ain't really loaded up with me talking smack about other people. I'm too busy lapping them a second time. Name calling is always the last resort of losers. Look at the back of that guy's shirt. I hate it. Yeah, well, that you told me enough. You're staring at the back of his shirt. Does he pass you up? R reading on trolls. R is reading on off the charts. The R reading on trolls is off the charts, yeah. Mostly it's just people that are a little what the going belief. I've been in this business long enough to know what it is. First of all, I hate the new iPhone update that makes my notifications like this transparent glass look. Like, can't I just have it the white box that it used to be? Why did you do this, Apple? I don't want my icons to be transparent. I like them the way that they were. I'm blind. I can't see shit. I need the contrast. I went to the accessibility options. I can make it black in the background. You can't change it back. You can only change the contrast, which turns the boxes black, which is fine. Why does everything need to be transparent? I don't want to see white text on a gray transparent background. Oh my God. I hate the update. I hate it so much. Why? The old man, he'll set the cloud. I hate that cloud. I have to show you guys this. It's obvious Simpsons reference. Yeah, y'all see the Grandpa Simpson. That's me right now. That's funny. Old man yells at cloud. Fighting Dicks shut down. Talk about it. Got nothing to say. It smelled scammy from the start. I never, ever, ever even met with them. When I saw their offerings, I was like, oh, no, that ain't gonna last. I got nothing to say. I've had zero interaction. I never even entertained a conversation with them. I have a very good litmus test. Got rocky with Fund and X a little bit, but they stay clear. They got a rocky start, but they turned out to be great. So far, I've not been aligned with any of these blow up companies. I've been pretty careful about who I work with. But it just their offerings were too good to be true. And the kind of like Brandon playing Fund and X is next. Fund X is very healthy right now. But yeah, that was the one that was, these Forex companies came in and they're trying to jump in and get some market share, so they're offering like really good offers. But then all of a sudden, the problem was that, you know, it's kind of a variable if a prop firm goes under or not. Here's the math to this. If traders are halfway long and halfway short and the market's going nowhere, you're gonna have tons of blowups and it's gonna fund the prop firm. But if for some reason the market just like nosedives at the wrong time for like 7, 8, 9, 10 sell-off days in a row, half the people that were long just blew up the accounts and reset. But the other half the people that were short drained the company of their reserves. It's not the bad management of the firm. Sometimes it is, like with that fast track or whatever. It comes with a cash flow issue, and sometimes the market can just roll the dice that way that the firm loses all their money because so many people won overnight. And that's what happened. The December and craziness that we had the last couple of months, that choppiness just led to people just winning more than they weren't. It was just the way the market was going. So that's it. How's it with TPT? It's daily. It's pretty good. Yeah. But that's basically it. I mean, they shut down, not because the firm was like going under, but they just shut down the futures operations. They decided they didn't want to compete in the business anymore. They did the right thing by like refunding people and all that stuff, which is at least they did the right thing on the way out. But it's just a business decision. I mean, it's a saturated market. There's millions of prop firms. They entered the space with these like too good to be true offers. They got like large influencers to push them, and it just didn't take off to offset the cash flow. And they probably took some big hits, and they probably decided, you know what, we're going to focus on what works, which is Forex for us, and then pull out. And again, that's like if I was a taco company, decided to make a hamburger business, and then the hamburger business wasn't selling, I'm gonna go back to tacos. Why is Google pumping today? The only reason a stock pumps because people want to buy it. I don't know any reason people want to buy Google. I haven't been reading the news on it, but how do prop firms make so much money when they have to pay more and more? Well, that's the problem, right? Your risk model has to be designed as such that where all market conditions you're satisfied. If you take too much risk at the wrong time and the market just happens to go against you at that wrong time, then you can lose a lot because everybody's getting these massive payouts against the risk you're taking. And then it's just like the perfect storm recipe. I think the firms, when they come in, they make a lot of money out the door until the market just delivers some kind of condition against where everybody's position, and then all of a sudden it's zapped your cash flow. The goal is to have enough cash reserves to handle any condition. You're appropriately modeling everybody's trading parameters, and but imagine you have like a sale at the right time and everybody buys all those sale accounts, or sale at the wrong time, 90% off sale or something. Everybody buys a ton of accounts, and all of a sudden the market goes in a direction that the people that win made so much money. The people that lost very little. When they reset, it's just $10, $20 accounts. The cash flow of prop firms go up and down like this. I studied this back in the day when I contemplated working in the prop industry to partner up with the prop firm. I since decided that cyclical nature of you being basically dependent on market conditions, not being a certain type of volatility and stuff, that you're basically one bad month away from the poorhouse every day with the prop firm. Unless you just give out moderate payouts, like capped payouts, $5,000 every 5 to 10 days sort of thing, you'll be fine. If you go for any of the gimmicky stuff like uncapped payouts and all that, you're running the risk of going under. FundedX did that as a loss leading campaign, and then they put a cap on the payouts because you can't sustain like that. One bad month or two and you're out, you know? What do you mean the fast track is bad management? They went bankrupt because they didn't manage their funds well enough. According to the lawsuit, there's clawbacks right now because the CEO misappropriated funds, paid themselves out first without establishing a large enough cash buffer to absorb market conditions, and therefore they went under and had to file bankruptcy. What I read in the lawsuit. Essentially, maybe not misappropriating funds. Let me say it the correct way. Instead of leaving cash reserves into, I mean, he's the CEO, could take out whatever he wants. Instead of leaving cash reserves to preserve the integrity of the business, the guy was buying houses and cars and shit. And then, oh, we don't have any money anymore. Okay, file bankruptcy. Most prop firm owners are going to leave a legitimate amount of money, like a large amount, to absorb that market impact before they start paying themselves out. You know what I mean? Like if you made, you know, $300,000 profit your first month, you're not going to go out there and buy a $200,000 car and leave $100K left to do payouts for your prop firm. So the management made decisions that were like, you know, spending money instead of saving it up. They were clawing back homeboys' cars and stuff. Fast track. This is one from a couple years ago that blew up. Yeah. You know what would be, you know what would make this a great business? New Lambo. Looks at some downside move coming up on that yellow line rejection. This could be the play that sells off, to be honest, today. This stuff. Any tips to pass the top set 50K combine? I would say that any prop firm has kind of like the same tips. Position size is everything. Make sure your position size is moderate. We have a way we calculate position size here. 50K accounts, typically like 1 mini NASDAQ and 2 S&P contracts are usually my rule of thumb for that size. You know how much money Blue Row would give traders? What is Blue Row? What is that? You can turn off liquid glass. Wait, how do you turn it off? Lord Wood, if you teach me how to turn it off, how do I turn it off? Please. Ideal risk to reward ratio. I use a 10-point stop S&P, a 40-point stop in NASDAQ, and I go for at least 1-to-1 or 2-to-1 trades if I can get it. If the market gives me more, I take more. How do we turn off liquid glass, man? I hate it so much. Wait, Blue Row Capital? Wait, did I not pay attention? Look, I've been out for the weekend. What's going on with Blue Row? I didn't read the group text. I know I'm really bad at this. I always send the group message. Oh, that's why there's a new disc. Oh, I'm such an idiot. Okay, there's a new Discord. That's right. We're not on the group chat. There's a whole, oh, there's a whole Discord. Oh my God. Okay. Okay, so we used to have a group text, but now we're in a Discord together and I completely forgot to check it up. All right, let me read up on what's going on here. Hold on. So bad. I should know these things. Don't look at my shirt. Don't look at my shirt. It's the weekend. I was busy. Okay, tomorrow we'll be interviewing President Blue Air Capital about the path beyond live. The morning host completes mention during a segment. The path beyond live. Oh, Ash was talking about it on his Twitter. That's what he was talking about. Let me see what's going on here. So it's the path beyond live. It is it's like a real prop firm, I guess. Yeah. So once you make it past there, it looks like you're going to a new sort of like real bigger prop firm as you audition through the steps and go to the next step there. That makes sense. What's macro outlook on the tariff drama? A couple weeks of this nonsense, and then the minute Trump says, okay, we'll work out a deal, the market just rallies that day. So keep your ears open. I like to stay on the sidelines and not be actively in a short, waiting for that news to come through so I can jump in on a long. This is a Blue Chew Capital. That's my favorite prop firm. So I have no information about it, even from the inside of the group. I'm supposed to meet with Matt and Luke today, Ash, and then I'll get some info for you guys. Yeah, we'll do a giveaway in just a little bit, you guys. Why do I use Tradeify why do I use Tradeify Vice Amp? Your autocorrect went crazy there, brother. Type that again. All right, get those likes up, guys. We'll do another giveaway at 700. Let's go. Why don't I use Tradeify versus Amp? Okay. Tradeify is a prop firm. Amp's a real broker. I don't understand the question. Ash's discipline and Sykes on another level. Ash really surprised me when I was meeting all the My Fund and Futures crew. He's like solid. Like when I met him, I was very impressed. His mentality. Ash's mental game is like rock solid. He's good. He's good. He's very talented. Like his mental game is really good. You see traders and you can kind of sense like sometimes they keep it together, sometimes they don't. Sometimes they're a little sloppy. Like I guess Ash's trading is like solid. So like he's like what I like to say, people call me Iceman because I'm the same no matter what. He's kind of like that, which is a really high echelon goal to have as a trader, to be solid like in all environments, you know. Why do I use Tradeivate? Oh, okay, Tradeivate, not Tradeify. Gotcha. Okay, why do I use Tradeivate instead of Amp? No reason other than the reporting is better in Tradeivate. I can generate a nice little P&L that was going to look really beautiful when I rubbed it in the face of the idiot that challenged me in a trading competition who never shut up. Do you know what this guy was telling people yesterday? That he beat me in this trading competition. Can you believe this? The guy that was like when I won Pat Whelan's competition, the AMC pump and dump joker, some smaller YouTuber was like, oh, this guy sucks, whatever. And I was like, why don't you put your money in your mouth is, let's trade. 50K, who makes the most in a month? He's like, well, let's make it 100. I'm like, all right, let's go. Put 100 in the account. He put 0 in the account. Then he's like, let's draft up a contract. I'm like, you're an idiot. I was like, hey, after a month of buying, I'm like, fine, we'll draft up a contract. What's your lawyer's name? Crickets. Okay, still doing this. Got my lawyer to draft up a contract. Hey, what's your lawyer's contact? What's your email? We'll send you the contract. Sign it. Crickets. And now he's telling people he beat me. I was telling people he beat me in a trading competition. Guys over there popping Apex accounts faster than balloons after a party. Beginners trade prop accounts. What kind of fucking... Can't even have a real trading account to his name. Anyways. Like, apparently, it's being told that I lost the trading competition. What? Some guy is sending him a message. He's DMing him like, oh, I beat that guy. That's what he literally said. That's the funniest part. Is this all included boot camp? So what we train on the principles of what I trade, what I teach, is essentially 3 principles of, I call them my tenets of trading, which is risk management, position management, market trend identification, and then market avoidance strategies. So basically every part of executing a trade plan, making one, planning for one, reacting to some markets, avoiding markets when you need to. It's very comprehensive. Everybody in the stream, for the most part, has pretty much come to the boot camp. You watched a video and heard that you helped someone out tremendously about to give up trading. You're getting absolutely murdered. You've been on off for about 5 years. What's going on in your 5 years, Tyler? Give us a little history of your story there. Funding ticks prices were weird. Well, another thing is that funding ticks didn't offer anything that stood out. Like, they came out with some really good offers, but they didn't have any kind of account that had like its way of standing out. Example, like Tradeify, you can say they have a direct funded program. Take Profit, daily payouts. You know, FundNX was uncapped payouts. They had a reason to stand out. Their offerings just kind of blended in with everything else. There wasn't like, oh my God, you got to try this one. It's awesome. You know, My Funded Futures, the rapid plan, the fastest path to payout now, you know? So, you know, you need a product that's like that product that makes it stand out. Somebody said sue him for defamation. I could, but he doesn't have any money. Here's the thing I learned about lawsuits. When I brought that up to my lawyer, he goes, he doesn't have any money and I can prove it. He's like, you can do that, but you're going to spend more money than you get out of it. I was like, I kind of just want to like have him, you know, get backhanded in public. I don't care about making money off of it. He's like, well, you can if you want to. He's collecting info. He's got all the data out there. He's thinking about it. Yeah, he's like, I can prove this guy's broke. He's like, I went through all his streams, all his stuff. He's like, I need money. He's like, the first thing we'll do is subpoena Apex to get his trading records, and we'll make sure those go public. He's like, what you want to ruin this guy? He's like, $25,000 will ruin this guy. Let me know. Okay. I'll wait till he opens his mouth one more time, I guess. He parked his money in daycares. That's what he did. Yeah, this market is crazy today. Anyways, apparently I lost the trading competition. I was the only person in the race, and yet I still lost, right? No, dude, he was doctoring like fake spreadsheets and shit with my name on it, dude. He kind of went to town. And so, but like I said, I don't even care at this point. But if it persists, yeah. Parked somebody's local learning center. Levi Jones, to be fair, you did downswing 100K immediately. No, I didn't, Levi. That's a lie. It was 150K. Let's be real. Don't talk about December. About December. It didn't happen. It's a rule of thumb. Don't talk about December. Yeah, don't copy the trades I take, somebody said. Yeah, try not to copy what I'm doing. Yeah, sounds like golf with Trump. You'll never win, even if you only win there. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, December was kind of was tough. Like the first 3 weeks of December. This is also kind of a tough trading day. I'm sure a lot of you guys are struggling with this. I haven't touched the market since, you know, like an hour or so. Probably that last little trade. Yeah, those scalps right there. No, that was like, it kind of is coin flippy here. You put a gun to my head, I would say that I think the downside is over. I don't have anywhere to long from except for maybe take a gamble on MHP. I don't know. When I take an MHP gamble on NASDAQ, what's the worst that can happen? How's VIX doing? He wants to make 50K for the day. I'm a little happy to, like, you know, not give any of that back. It's a pretty substantial, you know, morning. What am I doing, long or short? I'm feeling FOMO to the long side. That's what it is. I'm like feeling extreme FOMO. Yeah. It's like a range day, yelp. Yeah, that's kind of what trading's all about, just competing with yourself anyways, right? But yeah, anywho, as I noticed as I got bigger, there's just more and more and more Looney Tunes out there that they don't, what people don't do is like, hey, let me compare my trading stats to yours. They all like live in obscurity, all these weirdos out there. They want to sell whatever they want to sell, and they don't want to show that they're talented traders. The prop industry made it even worse. Like people cherry pick, like, here's the win I made in this prop account. Here's the payout I got. Well, how much did you pay in? You're missing half the equation here. You know, you guys can at least see the balance of the account every day and follow the history of it. If I put money in, like I put 75K in one day, you guys got to see that. I put 50K in another day, you guys got to see. I don't know if y'all saw that, but I did that day but y'all saw it the next morning. I told y'all about it. So the idea is there's a lot of people out there to just kind of hide the fact that they're still, you know, crummy traders, I guess. But I would never back down from any challenge. I'm not gonna lie. I in my head am the best trader on BinTwit, YouTube, everything. I'll trade circles on any part. I'll trade circles around any 3 people put together. My gains will be better than maybe any 3 people you can name. And there are all some really good traders out there. Well, that's just in my head. Reality, I think like some of the guys like Rips and Brian can give me a run for my money. Those are talented folks. But 99% of this YouTube, Twitter world, dude, they're prop affiliates. They're garbage. They're scrubs. 50K was CPI that day. I think it was 50K. Yeah. I won't back down though from a challenge. I'd love to go even in a friendly challenge with anybody. But it's no coincidence that like some of your biggest streamers are people that trade real accounts that you can see the history of. You can't really talk your way into being big in this industry. It's a show me or fuck off sort of world. Some people might be able to get a Discord with 100 subs in it just by talking their way into it. But, you know, Rockstar has 100,000 customers. You don't get big like this without showing a real trading account. You know, so that's what I like to see, that the people on top are people that deserve it. All the big streamers and stuff that I know are pretty good. Me and Rips are very fun to watch. I like to just kick it with Rips in Vegas and hang out. Oh, him and I are completely opposite personalities. We'd probably have a good time together though. He's kind of like a hothead, a maverick. I'm more like quiet, antisocial, like the perfect odd couple. I'm like the quiet, nerdy guy in the background. He's like the loud, in your face, tell it like it is. Well, I kind of tell it like it is a little bit too. I'm a little more subtle about it, I think. He's good. He killed it last quarter. He shoots from the hip. I'm more cerebral. That's somebody said. Old Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. D Money from Pat streamers. You know, I've actually never watched the D Money show. It's because it's always on the same time we're live. I've never seen his trading style. Like what can you tell me what his style is like? He's got a cool personality. He seems like a really nice like a nice person, a friendly guy, and like speaks very well in the clips I've seen. Like runs a good show. Like what's his trading strategy? Momentum trader? Oh, like similar to like Pat and stuff. Cool. God, I got such FOMO on this NQ. Like I've got FOMO here, guys. Should I take a long? Let's just keep it small again. Let me play long here. I know this is crazy because we are at yellow line and it keeps rejecting it, but I kind of want to take an NQ long. Conditions are improving with positive res, so it's not like it can't just move from here. Is this the right trade to be in? So he's a technical charting trader, EMAs and stuff. Gotcha. Okay. Should I risk this? All right, at the risk of blowing up one of my... All right. Blowing up one of my... Should I trade this in one of my take profit accounts? Or no, too risky. No, Matt, no! That reminds me of that meme, the one that was like the dad gives the son like, here Billy, let me tell you the value of saving money, and then Billy takes $100 and immediately runs to the vending machine and shoves it in, and the vending machine says something that's like a stupid investment, like, you know, NFTs or whatever. He's like, no Billy, no. If your day is done, no need. Yeah, I'm just MHP break with positive res, getting up. Nasdaq is starting to build a little positive pressure. It looks like we can probably press towards at least test the open. Like I said, I'm just gonna put something like it does have that ability to maybe make a pop. 542 would probably be as high as I'd want to get. Maybe an overshoot at DD band, an overshoot here, and then pull back. I think that's where we're going. All right, at the risk of blowing up one of my take profits, I'll also take it as well on the hedge pusher tap here. But 540 from 400 is 140 points, which is substantial for two. And we get a yellow line break on SB. The problem is it keeps hitting it and rejecting. Lower highs, lower lows. So the conditions are good. For an upside move. But I don't think we're gonna rally from here. But I think at least touch the DD band. Here, I'm gonna take a quickie little break. Let's do some Apex, baby. I love you guys, and y'all been so loyal and faithful to the channel. Like 5 Apex accounts. I'll be right back. I'm hungry too, so I need to get some lunch. How we doing? I'll be right back. All right. All right, you guys, let's get ready to spin the wheel here. Ooh, I'm out of breath running up and down them stairs like that.
Hi, my name is Dave, and I call the dip.
Oops. Okay, we'll play knife catchers, whatever.
I thought it was the low. It was just another wick. Saw it on the 5-minute heart, skipped a beat, formed a little hammer, looked kinda neat. No confirmation, no real bias, but I hit long. Now I'm red in the face. Saw it was thin, tape was slow, but something inside said, bro, just go.
Texas Raj.
Handles later, it dumped on me. Should have waited for the MHP. Welcome to Knife Catchers Anonymous. We buy the blood and pray it's bottomish. You win, I win, you sure. Too late. All counts. Account liquidated.
I'm sending you in chat, buddy.
My hands are weak. Been wrecked all month now. Twice this week.
Solo Texan, let's go. All right.
Another fate, support is fake. My will is thin, but this next one's
Gabe Ortiz.
right. Welcome to Knife Catchers Anonymous. Our dreams are bold, our risk purpose. We fight the flow, ignore the signs, then cry in group when we cross the line.
Type something in chat, Gabe.
My soul is two accounts in drawdown, deja vu, but we'll be back.
Wait, so how do you turn off the liquid glass? Somebody was talking about that earlier. I missed the conversation. Can you retype that, whoever was saying that earlier? Or send me a Discord. And I'll teach everybody how to do it, because it's annoying as crap. The new Apple update. I hate it.
The dip again.
Man, I would love to just get like a one final attempt to press someone higher. I mean, conditions are flip-flopping a little bit. We'll see. Dude, this like 5-minute chart on Nasdaq is just so... I mean, it's probably gonna come down knowing my luck, but Batman with cheese. That's how I like to order my hamburgers. The cheese. And yeah, AVGO is just nosediving. What about Nvidia today? Also kind of nosediving. My thought is like one final pop and then kind of pull out. I don't know. I'm kind of debating with myself here on the integrity of this one. Again, like it was going to sell off, it would have sold off by now, but it's holding this level. And hopefully it's a good end of the day. I've done a lot of shorting today. I'm trying to grab some of this to the long side. MacD rug. Oh, my head. I think at 450 would be kind of nice. How many is that? Okay, it's 4. One more. You guys are proud recipients of an Apex any size account. Apex is currently doing a 80% off eval sale, which is great. I kind of am like, now I'm kind of like second guessing, like, why am I even in a trade? Because the opportunities there, I know, but like, do I even care? That's the real question. Like, do I even really care? The opportunity's big if it works, but do I even care to keep fighting it today? Or to engage in like fighting it for the rest of the day? All right, it's 5 of you guys. No more, that's it. Congrats. Winners or giveaways, see how this works. You go to my Discord and go to the description below this video you're watching right now. You get that link. In my Discord, there's a contest channel. Go there. Locate an admin named Slack. Send him a screenshot of your YouTube ID. Let them know you won the contest, and we'll hook you up with your account. Have an account with Apex already, and let them know that email address you signed up with and claim your prize. Congratulations. Yeah, I've turned the reduced transparency thing, but it doesn't like the accessibility. I already played with that, but it's still like the glass is still turned on. Like that's the thing. At the text and display size, reduced transparency, like it's still there, but then the notifications, they're black instead of white, which I guess is better than transparent, but can't they just make them like the white color they used to be? 500 futures tagged me in a post. Very cool. That's better than the when your life, like for like coolness factor, for like just, you know, texting and like kicking it on your phone, it's not bad. But when your phone is like the cornerstone of your business and you're doing like 40 things, these notifications pop up and they're semi-transparent and you're halfway blind like I am. You look at this and you're like, what does that say? Kind of gets annoying. Crap. I don't know, man. I don't feel this long anymore, but I think I like prospect of upside movement, but You'll get LASIK. According to iDoc, I'm probably too old to get LASIK because I'll probably not. It's like useful when you're younger, and then if you get it when you're older, you have to keep getting it because your eyesight starts to like get worse more quickly. He's like, you can do it, but it's not gonna last as long. I'm like, all right. I was like, probably should do it though. No upside run today, huh? Not feeling this one. I was taking the MHP play on the MHP break on NASDAQ here, but watch me the one time I try to take it, I don't get the play off of that one. Blah. What is? All right, guys, it's getting really close to calling it quits here. I got to go to my funded TV. in a little bit. So everybody, a new link is gonna pop up in chat. I want you guys to click that. Y'all can follow me over to MyFundedTV. I got some announcements about this this new thing they're doing, the Path Beyond Live. Here's the link. I'll be live there in about 5 minutes, or actually no, in 8 minutes I'll be there. And after my hour there, I'll be live on my stream in the afternoon. All right, we'll see you guys in a little bit.
Rockets fast, scooters slow. Will we bounce? Nobody knows. Greater market starts to turn. Even Pickle has a look of concern. Green or red, it sways. Trading gods, hear my praise. Market, please don't die today. Hold the line, don't fade away. MHP, please hold. Resilience rise, keep this ball alive. Monthly maps don't lie.
Hey guys, welcome back to the stream. I'm gonna stream a little bit, maybe a little bit, then I'll take the rest of the afternoon off. This market's gonna be crashing out and dying out. I don't want to be sitting here all day rotting away at this, you know.
Please don't turn these candles red.
What a fall. Yeah, it's looking great.
Rocket scoop
Big old downside move here. We have a lot of extra steam here.
high risk love of a dangerous game. Wishman on the screen. Will it break?
Let me upgrade. Let me update you guys on the P&L balances and all that. I gave up freaking 15 of that profit I made. I circled around though. I mean, I was up with some other things, so I'm like, hey, profits all went up. But could have been better. I don't know what that is now. Still 14, 15, 19. Or 34, 35, yeah, about 36,000. Yeah. better than nothing. Looking pretty bad. I think there's some more downside play from here. I think red line S&P 69.41. Where we're going. You gonna catch that knife? Oh, not me. This could be a bigger sell-off, guys. It feels that way. I'll be entering capital preservation mode this month. All right, hold on. I'm gonna snack on some lunch real quick. Kind of glad I stopped out though. I stopped out right here at about the 25,300 level. We've fallen another 100 points, which is good. A good insight to get away from that one. This is better than nothing, I guess. All my take profits I managed to make money on, which is good. They're all beyond the buffer right now, which is great to see that. So I'm happy to see. So the take profit as soon as you make your buffer, then you can start requesting a payout, I believe is how that goes. I'm not gonna start taking payouts just yet. I'm gonna build some fat in these accounts. Is ES a DD band? No, it's like way below it, dude. We're like it was 69.16. We're like way at the bottom here. Yeah, Camelo, those overnight levels are the ones I trade from. That's it, yeah. Well, the maps are all kind of ugly, man. They're nasty, right? We've never seen the arbitrage indicator so bad too, you know? And of course, whenever you're irrational, it's kind of the same situation. It can show, it could be like late to the party. And when it nosedove right about here, that's when I knew, you know, I'm like, I'm out of the way. And I close out my position and it's continuing to fall. It's been really good at that. The only reason I decided to long, which was here, because all the indicators, look, at the time I tried to decide to long, everything looked good for a minute. Right? Like, oh, I guess S&P didn't look so great. Like right here, that's probably my mistake then. Like R was good, resilience was good, S&P resilience was still negative though. That's the one part we didn't have. And MHP res wasn't that great either. But things are looking somewhat good from there. And then, but irrational markets, like your signals are going to be delayed. We always say, you know, don't try to use any leading type indicators when markets are irrational. How is the DD band messed up? What do you mean? No. Yeah, there is no close on Monday. Yeah. Okay, I explained that this morning. So futures don't close on a half day, they just halt. The actual protocol is off of the close price at a 5 p.m. close. If you don't have 5 p.m. close, then you skip that day and you're still calculating from Friday's close. Yeah. No, it's not your bad. I never really explained that to you guys before. So the way that it works here is when you halt and pre-open state at noon on an off day, like Monday, that doesn't count as an official close. You don't remark DD bands from that half day. This is all part of Tuesday. So we're still trading off of Friday's close. Yeah. This is the area if you were to mark it from there, but we've noticed over the past that it's not significance. The actual close is what matters. Boy, I'm glad I am out of the way of this because that was pretty gnarly. Wow. I got a message with this picture of a bag of Arby's with the text message that says "fuck you, LOL" from iDoc. What? I'm dying. Wow, dude, she's so funny sometimes. What on earth? I'm dead. That's all she said. Send me a back and the picture of Arby's said "fuck you." All right. What was I trying to do here? Trying to do something. Can't remember. We got lower lows going on right now in S&P. S&P is trading below lows. Nasdaq is not, by the way. 6841 is an old red line, and there's also a gap fill somewhere down in there. Let me find it for y'all. Is it a gap fill? No. Never mind. It's not a gap fill. 6841 is an impact line. Dang. This got nasty real quick. Hey, I was shorting MHP all morning. Just the one time I decided to take a directional, I flipped the coin the wrong way. I was shorting there all morning. That's where all most of that came from. I still haven't even touched on my fund index accounts. I'm worried about this market and what's gonna happen. Better just to sit out from here. How low do I think it will go? How low will it go? 41. 41's the next target that it'll probably can bounce from. Today's not a day to play hero, you guys. This is a genuine thing. We're apparently troops from Denmark are going to Greenland. I don't know, not to make fun of the people from Denmark or Greenland or anywhere, but is that really like a display of counterforce? Do they have like a strong active military, or are they just doing that to save face? I can't imagine that there's a like worry at all from our end that like, oh, they're sending troops there. They probably like, is that a big deal? Like, they're not going to put up an actual military resistance against the United States, are they? Canada is also considering sending. Fucking Trump pissing off Canada last year. We got no friends anymore. What the heck? Remember when he was pissing off Canada last year? Everybody hates this guy now. You know what I mean? Article 5. Well, yeah, I mean. I guess. Yeah, like. Trump's talking now. Putin is so short, LOL. You always got Putin. Like, yeah, so you can't. Yeah, you can't attack. A NATO country can't attack another NATO country without it being considered an attack against all of them. We all know this. So, like, Japan still likes us? Well, that's kind of nice. Don't they have to, though? Canada now has Arctic rifles, Arctic Force with WW2 rifles. Like, the strategic purpose of Greenland, the rare earth metals and military purpose, I get it. If I have 5 accounts to trade, how will I do it? I usually split up my risk and just trade individually. Like, when I hit a pivot, I'll trade, like, if I'm very confident about the trade, I'll hit it with like most of my accounts. If I'm mildly confident, like half, and if I'm not, just a couple. Like this morning, I was trading like 2 or 3 accounts at most, leave most of them on the side. Russia likes you. Oh man. Yeah, like we don't have. It's like Canada used to be one of our closest allies, and then he was like trying to tariff Canada and stuff. Like, I don't get it. Like, I don't get it. Russia's a big fan. I'm telling you. Like I said, there's gotta be something, some kind of deal or something. How much risk for 50K my funded futures accounts? I only trade at most one NQ contract and 2 S&Ps, and that's to the high side in those size accounts. You were short all day, and then when I'm going long, it goes short. You and me both. Took the coin flip at the spot where it could have gone long from, and I lost. But I mean, I'm still way up for the day, so I can't even complain. But could have been way up, like a little bit better. The whole thing is a big distraction for something else. Yeah, that's a possibility. We're at the 6841 level now. I don't know if I have any other key areas of interest lower than this. Let me go back and double check. Let's go back and look, because we have completely smashed through red line. Dude, this could be like an afternoon crash out. This market is done for. Keep going back like before here. We got 67, 62. Where are we trading right now? 68.40. We might have some stuff back here. Let's double check some of this. Get some run lines back in here. Although I didn't do them back in the day to estimate where they would be. Just estimate of this. These are estimates, by the way. It'll be close enough for pivots on the way down. Probably nothing there. Maybe something here. Maybe something there. I would say this is probably... Yeah, that's good enough. Okay. That'll give us something. That's way down there. Danish and Norwegian pension funds are considering dumping US stocks. Boy, did Europe get smarter against Trump this last year. Remember last year when the tariffs blindsided everybody? People weren't doing that much. Look at this, like they're fighting back with the money. Like, all right, we'll dump US stocks then. That's crazy. They're getting smarter fighting Trump back. Gotta respect that. That's a really smart way to hit us. Hit us in the junk where it hurts the most. Kick us in the market balls. We make our own maple syrup. We don't need Canada. Actually, the only good maple syrup I've ever had is from Canada. Our maple syrup is maple flavored glucose corn syrup. Don't ever eat what they give you at IHOP. Not even close. You exited your puts before this big push down? Oh man, it sucks to hear that. Doesn't Vermont has good maple syrup, doesn't it, right? Can we buy China, somebody said, for the minerals? Just invade them. Like, are we acting like there's some kind of rare earth shortage? Like, this is worth it? Look, this is just how the world responds to, like, pressure. Everybody postures. It's very clear to me that we're not going to invade a country with troops from NATO. These have been our allies for, like, the last 70 years, 80 years. That would be what a world, dude. If is Trump crazy enough to go through with something like that? To take it by force? I just want to get rich in peace. Like, I don't want bear markets interrupting my fun. This is slowing down my ability to make money. Like, I'm making less because of this nonsense. I got a lot of stuff I got to buy this year. I need money. I need to make it. I got some expensive things this year coming up. About to drop 2 million cash in 2 different projects. Oh my word. Need some markets to trade. Get it back. Let's find some levels here. A cat level, let's see. 61 and 230. 170. That would be a cat line from the top there. Straight run drop would be about 170. Oh yeah. All right, let's let it play around that area. 61 from the top. 34. Oh shit. Man, I wasn't even paying attention to that. Always try to find a bounce point off the cat levels. US already has military installations and missile launchers in Greenland. Dang. World is really prepping for a war. It's starting to sound really bad because, like, it's kind of like, you know what I'm saying? It's like everybody, including Americans, are like, what? Why? Like, nobody, there's not like protests in the street of Americans saying, we want Greenland, we want Greenland. Like, everybody universally is like either saying, no, we don't want Greenland, or why the fuck are we talking about Greenland? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not seeing people picketing in the streets going like, Greenland, like, we want Greenland, we're gonna take him down. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like 0 people are supporting this. So, you know what I mean? I watched some like things on social media. There's certainly a lot of people protesting against it. Yeah, I don't see a lot of people like demanding that we take it. So trust me, rest of the world, Americans are kind of on your side too. We're more confused than anything. We understand the reasoning for it, I guess, but nobody here is like pro annex Greenland. Yeah. Most people here are just like, why is this a thing? Like, we don't understand. Greenland PayPal Mafia conspiracy. All right, this sounds like a good read. I have to check that out. I know people are saying it's the rare earth thing, but I think there's more that we're not talking about. Look, I'm gonna dive into some tinfoil level stuff here, right? So, you know, the polar ice caps probably used to be the equator at some point before everything rotated around. I swear, whatever civilization built the pyramids is buried under all that ice up north and down south. That's why they're protected research installations. You got skyscrapers and buildings and giants and hollow earth and flat earth all down in those places, okay? Stargate is down there. Who knows what they're protecting? But once the ice starts melting, you know, my thought is it's more of a, as the ice starts melting, we got to have territory up there. This is something, I don't know. Maybe that's where the monsters are being held back by the ice wall. You never know. And once that ice wall comes down, oh boy, who knows what's going to invade us? But at least we got the military stronghold. It's a thing that in 100 years or 1,000 years when it happens, we're going to look back and say, why did we fight against it? And everybody say, I told you so. We should have taken Greenland. 20-foot tall mega giants are going to be melted by the ice. We imprisoned them there 20,000 years ago. And when the ice melts, they're going to take over. Can't have that happening. You know what I'm saying? Once that ice wall melts, we're getting invaded by the aliens that are frozen. Come on, we also have Pacific Rim. You got things hiding in the ocean. Something hiding in the ice. We got to be ready for it. I'm definitely right. Don't argue with me. That's exactly what's happening. Is there a critical seed storage located? I'm not sure. There's one in Greenland. Yeah, we could have worked together with Greenland. I think there's a more diplomatic way to handle it. I mean, if the threat was we need military stronghold to protect North Atlantic trade from Russia and China, I feel like everybody in Europe would be on board with that. It's a common enemy. Okay. But if it's like we want all the minerals to ourselves and we're going to tax you on it, maybe everyone else is like, nah, that's kind of a bad idea. But maybe everyone else is like, no way. We want to have control of Stargate when it opens up because, well, we don't want the Americans to have it. Maybe it's Stargate. Maybe Trump just wants to do something ridiculous to distract us from the Epstein files. Somebody said. Gabe was like, I was hoping 2026 would be a simple year, nice and smooth, end of the year, playing GTA 6. But no, neither of those things are going to happen this year. I feel like GTA 6 is going to be pushed out another year. Always feel that way. Behind doors, they're drinking and eating together. Look, who knows, but diverting attention. That's for sure. It feels that way. Wait, and Make-A-Wish Foundation, they're letting you play GTA 6 now? No way. That's very cool. That's very cool. It'd be so funny if the kid was playing GTA 6 and the parents had no idea what it was. And they're in the room playing it with the kid. They're like, let me take this away from him. Because this is GTA. You know what I mean? Like, the parents are like, yeah, I know this is his last wish, but... Not a prostitute? Yeah. Alright, honey, we're gonna have to take this away. We're gonna have to put this up. The Schedule 1 game. I saw it on Steam. I don't have it though. I saw it. So it's like a South Parky cartoon sort of animation style. It's like Drug Dealer Simulator. I'm kind of sad that I was up 50 and now I'm only up like 35. Yeah. So cat line at this 34 level, 170 level NASDAQ. I might just take the afternoon off then. I really have no desire to trade further on this. I probably think that this is done for the day. And until we get some kind of resolve or change or whatever, just keep your ears open for more Trump stuff. We'll do like a giveaway in a little bit, then I'll probably bow out of here in about 20 minutes. Play some Mark Raiders or something. I don't think I have any actionable entries from here. I could take the bet at 68.34 area that we hold. Kind of this cat level holds. It's something that possible. I just don't want to give anything back, to be honest. Anything more back. I like seeing all my accounts green. That makes me happy. You guys know we have a code with Lucid now. If you guys are Lucid traders, use code Rocket Scooter. Every month, if you use code Rocket Scooter with our partners, if you spend over $1,000 every month or in a month, that month you can enter to a drawing for free lifetime Rocket Scooter. So we do that for those to reward people that use our code. So on Friday, I got to apply for my silver play button with YouTube, which is the YouTube Creator Award for 100K subs. Here's the thing. All the haters and trolls in the world. I grew so big this year. And people were like, it's fake. He's buying views. He's buying subs. They're bots. Did you know YouTube very, very meticulously looks at every condition of every. They do not offer a creator award if you buy subs and followers. There's your validation, right? There's a million people out there with channels that have 1 million followers, subs, that don't have play button. That is acquired through legitimate means only. If you go out there and buy followers and subs, there's no way you're gonna fool Google. So that is 100,000 legit subscribers in 1 year's time. We literally went viral. Some of my posts had over some of my videos had over 1 million views. That's what happened. The Lucid Black account is it's a faster path to payout. I need to get more information from him. We're supposed to get trained on it. I don't have all the information for it though. But for people that are like, the funny part is, I think when I started, like, I got really, like, we started getting bigger last year when I was doing props. Then I won the ETF competition. Then we got bigger. Then I went on My Funded TV. Then we got bigger. Then I won Pat's competition. Then we got bigger. Then I did all these trading competitions. Then we got, these trading challenges. Then we got bigger and then bigger and bigger. And it just kind of steamrolled from there. Natural organic virality. Lucid Black isn't it 3 days payout? I think that. Are we going lower in NQ? It's very possible, yeah. I think we overshoot this cat line one more time, and if we reclaim it, it's possible for a decent long setup from there. It should have nothing to do with the Harley keys. I'm not sure it had nothing to do with Harley keys. It probably had something to do with it. But yeah, that is a testament to real solid organic growth, is that there's no way you're going to fool Google. They're not going to hand you a creator award if you bought your way to the top. I mean, it's Google for Christ's sakes. So for anybody that was ever speaking their mind earlier in the year, as the trolls were saying whatever they wanted to say. Look at that, 100,000 legit subs recognized by Google. I'm gonna put that play button right up here. I think right there. I think I'm gonna take this guy and lower it down a little bit, and the play button like right up there. I think this would be perfect for it. That'd be nice. Let's double check to see if there's any kind of lows or anything down here. Anything that can bounce anything. Look at Apple today. Dang, Amazon today. Microsoft. Nothing has support anywhere, which kind of sucks. You ate too much Arby's? Is that all they had out there? No, she took a 4-hour trip to another city to do something to drive all the way back. She went 4 hours to get Arby's and she's driving 4 hours back. Girl's crazy. That's for being authentic. All right. Yeah. Thank you, man. Do I trade Ethereum? I don't trade Ethereum. No. But yeah, for everybody that's like on the giveaways, like, oh, there's a bunch of bots on this channel. 100,000 legit. Like we literally went, if you look at the numbers month after month after month, it was just crazy how quick it grew. Let's see what else we can do this year. $1 million is the next play button to get the gold one. If that's possible. Yeah, one of my videos has almost 2 million views on it. Am I wrong, Matt? I'm always wrong. I'm usually always wrong about stuff. It's 101K legit subscribers. Ah, that punchline. You had me in the half. You had me there. This is true. 101K subscribers, my bad. Think we may have retracement. You think? Oh man, I hope so. I mean, I don't. I'm honestly too scared to do anything right now. You're a bot. I know you're a bot. I've always known that you're a bot. Is like I have such FOMO of missing out on a major play. But if anything we've learned, this would be the outlier for this to just be a day where we randomly rally until that good news comes out. I think people have been conditioned so much to just work the market lower until Trump says something on his social media accounts. So I just like to think the market's going to go lower and lower and lower and then sell off every pop until Trump comes on and says, we worked out a deal. Gonna pause the tariffs for a month while we figure stuff out. But you have to have the period of like escalating for like 3 or 4 days. Tensions are at the height, market's selling off, and then you got to have the pullback, the pause, the chill, and then we have the big green up day in the middle of all of it. Your mama's a bot, somebody said. You're back on Happy New Year. What's he talking about? You never know. You never know. You're like my motivation story? Oh, the one I told last week? I think on Friday. Smartly. Sounds like a Trump word to say. Anyways, guys, it was nice knowing all of you. I think World War III is about to break out. You know, in the history books, some people go back and they say the assassination of Archduke Ferdinand started World War I, and you're like, wow, just one thing started this huge, and then, but in 1,000 years, we can look back and go, remember that time World War I was started by like one event that just sort of like snowballed with all these people? Remember the more ridiculous time the United States want to invade Greenland, of all places? Then every other country is at war with each other over Greenland? That's even more ridiculous. History books will talk about how what a dumb way to start a global conflict. Canadians and Americans throwing rocks at each other in Greenland turns into 5 years of trench warfare in the snow. All the scared money's running to gold. Yeah, gold and silver is still rallying right now, and it's crazy to hear that like some, you know, I've been reading it. Some people said here and reading online, like European hedge funds are considering protesting American stock market and American economy by dumping our stocks in favor of European stocks. Anyways, like the history books will just look back and say, what a ridiculous reason that everyone went to war. Remember that time we had that president that for some reason threatened everybody around them and then decided to invade a peaceful country that, you know, like, yeah, that's what happened. You know, like, you ever see the movies, like the post-apocalyptic, post-nuclear winter, where you're walking through the wasteland and there's like the one person still alive, an old guy in a rocking chair on some front porch or some building that's like halfway blown up from the nuclear explosions. He's like, yep, I remember those days. The world used to be such a better place. I'm like, what happened? Yep, we won in Greenland. It all went downhill from there. Bombs started falling. That's how it happened. He still isn't talking about Greenland. Like, everybody right now is like waiting to hear him say something about it. You can't come to my party? 8,168 miles away is not too far away, dude. Like, that's no excuse. No excuse at all. I thought we were better friends than that. You gotta make it work, dude. Excuses, dude. How many people here are scared to touch this market from here? Like we're like one Trump comment away from 100 S&P points. You know what I'm saying? The last thing I want to do is jump in the way of this. I kind of just want to like do nothing for the rest of the day. Oh, somebody said, is fun with Venezuela? No, I thought Venezuela had more of a... I know people were saying it's for oil or whatever, but I thought it had more of Trump has been this way when it comes to drugs in the country. Remember, he did the whole thing with fentanyl. The reason he was pushing Canada was to keep fentanyl from coming in the country. What I think he's trying to do is because these people go on welfare and Republicans are very anti-welfare. And he doesn't want drugs flooding into the country, pushing all these people into poverty and us becoming a welfare state. I feel like his whole drive for keeping drugs out in Venezuela had a lot more to do with that than oil, like people were saying was oil. I know part of it is, but I think it's legit, taking on the drug traffickers, Mexico was the same thing. Put up the wall, keep them from trafficking, people coming over, but also drugs coming over. I think he's a very big drugs cause a welfare state sort of president, and I can't disagree with him on that either. Most of his things, it's like, hey, bring fentanyl in the country, then you got millions of people on welfare sucking the country dry, and he's very anti-suck the country dry sort of thing. He's like, get up and get a job and whatever. So, he's been fighting that war for a while. Since his first term, he had that same sort of thought process. So Venezuela, I think, had a lot to do with the corruption in the government, and let's remove some power from the people that enable these things to happen. So I didn't necessarily disagree with that, although I don't know all enough of the story to really agree with it either. He's having meetings with the oil executives, no meetings about solving the drug problem. We don't know what kind of meetings they have. I mean, his whole thing with Canada was like about the fentanyl trade, right? Was it Canada? I can't remember. It's been a while. Like things coming in from the north or whatever. Was it Canada? Who was it? I mean, it is becoming kind of it is becoming kind of a problem. You go to some cities, dude, you see people just like just like standing in the street like that. Looks like The Walking Dead, man. It's not just Canada, it's the borders in general. It's like, wants to isolate and keep it. Defend ban. Anyways. Yeah, unfortunately, we got to trade with it, right? Our job is just to figure out when this crap is over. Yeah, it's Mexico is like the biggest part of the shipment in from the fentanyl trade. Do we hit lower lows or not? Are we bouncing at the cat line? That's the question. Play songs? Wait, y'all got some new songs for me? All right, all right. Only if they're new good ones. There hasn't been a new song. There's nothing new. Okay, okay, all right. Don't threaten the randomly long stuff. Let me play a song. Keep your hands in your pockets, okay? All right, all right. I'll play a random song. I don't know who wrote this song. Oh, snap. The artist, it has their names next to it in the file. Contributing artists in the file. It actually has your name in the metadata. This is Existential Freak Folk 193. That's cool. I guess when you upload to Suno, I don't know if that's your Discord name or if that's the name that is added to the metadata on the MP3 when you make it with Suno, but that's kind of cool. So in my Explorer, it actually tells who wrote the song on the MP3. So maybe it's from Suno's metadata. I can't believe I gave up 15K on that freaking trade. Although my instinct was to short it originally all morning. I was like, well, maybe things are better. We might rally up. Stupid me. We need a catalyst to move higher. I need to be smarter than that. I know better. That's the thing. That's me being sloppy in the middle of the day. I know better than to do what I did. I had no evidence other than like Nasdaq data looked okay. I should have stuck to my guns on that and just. Wait, that's your Suno handle? Existential Freak 193. So it's a Sir Darb song. Existential Freak Folk. When we start with the streams, we gotta plan and rehearse and set everything up. It's gonna take a couple weeks to get going. We gotta start figuring everything out, how the show is gonna be. I'm still making the decision on the afternoon stream. I got some people I gotta talk to and work out the fine details of who is like the perfect fit for that time slot. And then we get everyone together and kick it off and move from there. Let me save Nasdaq's lower lows as well. We got to do some red lines real quick on Nasdaq too. S&P 6836 yellow as well. Losing this can be pretty bad. Like, I'm not gonna lie to you guys. We could literally nosedive for the rest of the day. I'm a little worried that that's gonna happen. I'm not buying the dip here. This is just the start. It feels like people learned their lesson last January, February, and people are not scared to get out of the way of this market anymore. I don't think it's gonna inch lower. I think if it's gonna move, it's gonna move fast. I already have the ones drawn for Nasdaq, I think. Hold on. $741. Let me find the level really quick. 150. It was this day, I think. Yeah, that's the same. The S&P was from this line here. The Nasdaq is different. Nope. No, nothing. Okay. This is the S&P line then. Oh, wait. Actually, the end of the day. That's at 25,000. That's close. That's like 150 points away from. We're not far from this line, 150 points above it. Oh, I already marked it. Oh, it's already there. Okay. All right. Oh, let me do view tail. All right. Oh yeah, that was this one. I don't know what they look like. They're just, I'm just picking random files. I have to learn the names of the songs. This is the doo-wop radio, college AM radio Matt song. Why are there so many ads for prop accounts on this channel? What do you mean it's distracting? I haven't said anything about props. What are you talking about? You mean here, and here? You mean like on the borders? Bro, have you ever fucking watched TV in your life? It's ads that pay for that shit. I have the same argument when I watch football. I interrupt the game with commercials, but that's part of it, man. Today's programming brought to you by Coca-Cola and Subway. You got it, the sponsors, man. It's part of that's part of media. Today's YouTube stream brought to you by NordVPN. I mean, come on, everything you ever watched. It would be different if I was shouting about props every 5 minutes, which I barely do. When I do giveaway is the time I pitch the partners, that's it. But in the stream, I don't think that's distracting at all because it's inconspicuous and not on the sidelines. If you're talking YouTube ads, or you're talking my stream, talking YouTube ads, then go get YouTube Premium. I can't help the YouTube ads. And we don't roll midstream ads here, by the way. So my stream isn't designed to roll midstream ads. So you shouldn't be getting ads pop up like YouTube ads. You know what though? I could just push a button and insert an ad. Did you know that? Watch this. I'm gonna piss all of you guys off. Okay, ready? All right. Enjoy your commercial. Oh wait, not all of you though. Not all of you. Just some of you. Wait, the people that have YouTube Premium. That's funny. Oh, you're talking about the ads that pop up on Stream Elements. Oh. That's funny. Oh, hell nah. Everybody's premium. Look at all you rich people with your YouTube Premium. I wish I was rich like y'all. Jeez. How many people dipped when I clicked that button? Hold on. Hold on. I'm just kidding. Wait, that's a curious question. Those of you that don't have premium, what ad did you get? I'm curious what kind of ads like randomly tied to the show. Was it an ad for Brave Lazard? Most of you guys have ad blockers and all kind of stuff. Stream Elements has a message every few seconds. That's part of it, dude. That's part of the marketing. You gotta present the deals because people want to know what the deals are. And Lars, that's every streamer ever, dude. You're not gonna ever escape that. If you're a gaming streamer, you're whatever streamer, there's always sign up now, subscribe now, click the like. It's streamer culture, man. It's just the way that it is. It's part of the game. You got an ad for women's soccer? Interesting. I guess the ads are tailored to like whatever your algorithm wants you to see. The red pill commercial. Oh, it was this is the blue chew only stream. No red pills here. Well, you got it for a prop firm? Oh, that's funny. Yeah, so YouTube has a button that you can click that says insert ad. Like you can just randomly push a button. I don't know how much those ads pay me though. I never really looked at it. I think I get like $200 or $300 a stream from ads. Something like that. It's not a lot. So I'm sure that was probably worth like 30 bucks. So wait, I could just push a button and print money? Can I do that once more? So I can just keep pushing button and print money? Oh my gosh. How much patience do you guys have? I could print a couple $100 in the next 10 minutes. Let's see. An ads only stream? Yo, we set something up where here's what it is. We all log in, we all watch the stream. I push the button to spool the ad, then we all split the money. Easy as that. We'll make many dollars a piece. Like $3 a piece. Genius. You don't have premium and you didn't get an ad, go figure. Maybe it has something to do with being like the verified Josh, because you have the next level account. You'd probably make you experience ads when you have the silver check. Can't wait for your share. I'll be sending you guys all checks for 74 cents of your royalty fee. We need to start an LLC though. And it'll be called Totally Not Scamming YouTube LLC.com.org. All right, let's find, what's this one? Mr. Rocket. You don't get the 3-minute abs. 7-minute abs. Damn. So the log side? There is no log setup in midair like this. You need like a strong long pivot. So I've got nothing to trade on. I'm probably gonna call the stream early. Did y'all smash that like button enough, friends? 763. Ooh. All right, hit it a couple more times because we got some fun next to give away. I gave away the Apex a little early, but we do one more giveaway for the next. All right, current prop firm giveaways. I know I'm gonna drop an ad that y'all are gonna hate this one. I gotta pitch all the promos. Y'all know the good stuff, but y'all need to know what's going on. Apex is currently running 80% off. Phidias is running 60% off fundamental in their swing accounts, 50% off everything else, 40% off TPT, 60 futures stats. These have been the same. ETF 70% off non-fast tracks. Buy funded futures is their 20% off the rapid. No end to that. That's been pretty good with the 90-10 split. And 30% off Tradeify. Nobody's doing anything different right now than normal. Fundindex is currently 10% off the normal. So really the only big one is the 80 off Apex, and the Fundindex, I mean the MyFunded's 20% off. You have a Blue Chew ad? I wonder if we talk about Blue Chew so much that you guys actually get Blue Chew ads. You know what I'm saying? What was I gonna say? Fundindex. I'm hitting myself for taking that long trade in the middle of the day. Stupid, Matt. I ain't never gonna get to $1 million bucks at this pace. $5,000 a day. For quick rapid accounts, creative wall, my fund and futures rapid or fund and X rapid are the way to go. I hear the Lucid Black is pretty cool. I need to learn more about it though. I don't have all the information about it. It's not in the sheet, but my dude's gonna put it in there later. That's something to say about it. Mr. Rocket, yeah, the guys would come in here. Hey, Mr. Rocket, can I borrow $5? Hey, Mr. Rocket, can you send me $10? All right. What are some of these songs? What is this one? Oh yeah, this one was cool. Don't forget the last day of the month, we got our old big old giveaway bonanza. We do tons of giveaways on the very last day of the month. Use our code and spend up to $1,000 a month. You can enter for a lifetime giveaway. You have to type to enter the giveaway. You just have to type in Fund and X in the chat for or an entry. If you're a sub to the channel, do I want to bet that there's no cat that we close above 170? I love making this long trade from that purple line though, but man, I'm a little gun shy today. Hands off, Matt. Don't touch the market today. Sit out. How many micros would I do for a 25 account? Depends on the drawdown. They're all relatively the same. I'm talking like 2, maybe 3 on NASDAQ. On the high side. You know the trick, that equation that I use. We have that spreadsheet bash that's in the bootcamp channel that'll help you calculate. One more trade. I'm happy that I managed to get all of my take profits though are green, which is good. I hit all 5 of them for profit today. Which is good. So I don't know how to take profit. I think once you hit your buffer, then you can take a payout. Depends on, these are 50Ks. So for the 50K take profits, the way that it works, this is my first time doing it. So I only started doing take profit like a week ago. Learning myself. Trader withdraw profits inside the buffer zone. However, this action will below home. Wait. Profit target funded. Payout. Where's my payout section? Okay. Profit target. Oh, here it is. Okay. You have to meet your drawdown, which is the buffer. Withdraw profits in the buffer zone. However, the section we form one section is terminated. Once you make your buffer, then you can take a payout. So as soon as you hit your minimum buffer, then you can take a payout once a day. And enough to keep your buffer in there, or else the account is terminated if you go into your buffer. So for the 50K, I need to make $2,000 is all I need to make, I guess. And an 80% split, that's a $1,600 payout for the 2,000. So these are all up at least 3,000, 4,000, 5,000 each. So I'm not going to take a payout with just 3,000 sitting there. Although if I were to take the payout in the buffer zone, the account is terminated. So if I were to take all of this today, which I guess I could, that's $15,000 minus 80% split. So 12,000 net. But I'm going to put some fat in them before I even think about payouts. I really have no goal with these, just to try to check them out one time. Hold on, make it one more. Oldest not cleaned. Oh shit, my bad. Okay guys, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Rosano, help me out with this. Okay, you guys are gonna hate me, but you gotta type fund next in one more time. I messed this up. Hey, how do you go Pro Plus, by the way? How do you get to the next level with take profit? Half gap, boy. I need to make merch, and we have so many different fun ideas for merch. Sipping pina coladas. Half gap, boy. This makes me want to go to the beach and go surfing. Simo show. Yeah. I want it to be summer again already. Tired of this cold weather. To get to Pro Plus, you have to make 10K in a day to automatically get promoted or at their own discretion. Really? So that's it? 10K total. Like 10K total in one day on one account or across all accounts? Like, you mean I should take the profit with this 20K here? In one day total. 10K per account? Oh, okay. So 10K in one day. So if I go to 10K, it's automatic. I probably should go read the rules on this now that I'm making some profit in these things. Trading master. Bot one. It's always a bot winning, man. This show is nothing but bots, Photoshop, fake trades, everything, man. Fake viewers, fake subscribers, fake eyeglasses. Glasses aren't even real. And Matt is an AI robot. KT Scalper. Let me see how many of these fun and X accounts I have to go away. It's getting close to the end of the month, and we've got the holidays have been taking up a lot of our time. I don't think we're on pace. We haven't given away enough, is what I'm trying to say. How many we got here? Expired. You guys gonna like Fund Index, man. The legacies, that's what I trade up here. I've taken a lot of money from them in these legacy accounts. 1975. What a loser. Literally. My boy Brad. Sir Darb's the winner. My boy. My half gap boy. Didn't you write that song too, though? Wasn't that your song? Scooter Waves was also a Sir Darb song as well. The universe is blessing my friend here with all the good stuff. Okay. Day trade paradise. Congrats, my dude. I got a meeting in 10 minutes. Oh, wait. Wait. What am I supposed to do? Hold on. Shoot. I'm not prepared for this. Hey, Danny Sebas. What is this? I double booked my meetings today. Danny, type something in chat. There you go, bud. I see it. I see it. Danny doing it right with the I'm here at Rocket Scooters, so it shows up orange. Love it. I see you there. All right, that's 5 of you guys. Congratulations. Some funded next 50K rapid accounts. You guys will love it. Funded next is fantastic. Or sorry, 25K rapid accounts. Y'all know the drill. Go to my Discord and link in the description below the video. Go to the contest channel. Holler at an admin named Slacks. Send him a message with a screenshot of your YouTube ID. 25s on those boys. Slacks will hook you up with your account, guys. Congratulations. No boot camp today. We are fortunate. We are unfortunately done. You guys are loving the boot camp situation, but y'all have a month off till we do it again, which will probably be in a month from now. You should need a break after boot camp. The best boot camp on the planet. You gotta have some downtime. It's a good song. Right. So Trump didn't do anything, huh, to save this market today? Day trade paradise. No, we're working out with Lucid. They sent me a, yeah, right. I'm waiting to hear back from them. And they sent me something, and I haven't read it yet. Let me read it right now, actually. Let me look at it real quick. I think it's on my, oh, hold on. All right. What is, oh, here it is. Okay. Okay. Let me get some information. Wait, Tradebait prop sends something out. Mini to micro converter can help you stay in control by letting you resize positions in real time, not manually recalculating margin or exiting your entire trade. You move between minis and micros within the same product while staying aligned with your prop firm's position limits. Instead of flattening a position, you can downshift exposure and stay engaged in the market. Oh. Okay, so if you're long 2 minis and you're like, I want to sell out 5 micros, you can literally scale out of 2 minis into 1 mini and 5 micros. That sounds pretty cool. So you don't have to flatten out a position to subdivide into like small denomination. That's kind of cool. That's useful. If you happen to just get in a position of like 1 contract, you're in 1 mini and it made all this money, you want to lock some of it in. You can't close any of it out except for the whole thing. So then you can close out a micro portion of it. That's pretty cool. I just got an email from Ninja Prop. They announced that like a month ago. It's kind of cool. Well, all right. I think I got no trades left in me for the day. I think that's, failing this cat line. The market looks like it's trying to move. I'm not going to do anything else. I promise. I'm locked in for whatever this is for the day. I'm kind of done with it. We're going to let this market die out and do what it's going to do. It's probably going to sell for a couple of days. I'm initiating capital preservation mode. I don't want to give back a lot of money by trying to chase and grab big longs. If I do take any longs off of like MHP, they are very short-lived. I'm getting my 40 points in NASDAQ and getting out of the way. I think that's it. You guys, as always, I love y'all. Thanks for tuning in. I had a 50K day that I whittled down to a 35K day, but that's all right. Still navigating these take profits. The first time I've ever done take profit, I started 2 Wednesdays ago. So this is week 2 of take profit. I'm already ready to take some profits. I'm enjoying it. And we'll see how that works out. And I'll kind of have a little bit more about the experience with you guys there. But this is good. Funded next. I'm pretty much like really enjoyed my time with Funded Next as well. But that's coming to an end as I go live soon. Like this, I think the next payout request I make, I'm going to go live. That's what I think I slipped through the cracks on the last one. Because I took out a 60K thinking like, I was actually trying to take out just as much as I could without going live. According to what I thought the rules were like 100K since you were grandfathered in, 100K after that point. And then it kicked me live yet. They're like, we're going to send you live. And then I think I have like my next payout to send me live. So whenever I make that request, which I can do at any point, I don't know how much of it'll get forfeited, but I'll let you guys know. Other than that, yeah, time to stop for the day. I'll probably just chill, do nothing else. But thanks for tuning in. Sub to the channel. Will be live tomorrow morning, bright and early again. Very, 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 very low probability that I make any moves tonight. Okay, I'm gonna let the market simmer down for a little bit. It's gonna get a little crazy. So, anyways, love y'all, and we'll see y'all tomorrow.
Market spinning in chaotic haze. Rocket scooter blast through the maze. Volume prediction shows the way. Leave the doubt and the fray. Liquidity map paints the scene. Hidden nodes like ghosts unseen. Reverse engineered, see the light. Illuminate the darkest night. Rocket scooter has got the key. Pull back curtains, let me see where institutions hide. Doubt can't live where you reside. Trends we ride with heads held high. Resilience makes the weak ones fly. Future volume crystal clear. Rocket scooter leads, no fear. No more guesswork, no more loss. Seeing paths the others cross.